Chapter 1377. Although he was a little shorter than Dafei, his aura was much higher than Dafei's. Gu Xinian said, "You can ask your mother to give birth to one more. Then there will be two." Gu Xinian pulled Gu Shuan over. The children looked at Gu Xinian, and their faces were full of surprise. Wow, he dared to talk to Dafei like that. Dafei was very powerful. All of a sudden, they felt that Gu Xinian was very handsome. Children's love was so simple. Several children followed them at once, pushing Dafei to the back. Dafei was a little angry at the back. He thought that in a while, he would definitely teach you a lesson and make you go against me. At the later part of the mission, the children were assigned to play games together. Dafei looked at Gu Xinian and pulled Gu Shuan. He was used to being the boss and had been commanding everyone. "Go over there. Everyone, come and cheer up." Then, Dafei looked at Gu Shuan and went straight over. He hit the soles of her feet. Gu Shuan held the rope and fell to the ground with a clatter. Dafei jumped to the side. However, Gu Xinian walked straight over. He looked at Dafei and the expression on Dafei's face that said, "What can you do to me?" Gu Xinian walked straight over. Dafei was still there with a proud look on his face because he was tall and strong. But he didn't know that Gu Xinian had grabbed his wrist. Before he could react, he was directly turned over to the ground. Dafei was stunned for a moment. Then, he felt a pain in his back. With a wah, he started crying. At the back, the girls had never seen such a situation before. Gu Xinian was using the grappling technique in the training camp. It was the simplest grappling technique, but for ordinary children, it was already very high-end. Everyone looked at him in surprise and they all cried out. So powerful! Gu Xinian was so powerful. He looked so handsome when he was fighting and his movements were so powerful. He was like one of those stars with superpowers on TV. Wow, Gu Xinian knocked Dafei down. When the program crew saw this, they were instantly surprised. Then, a few people hurried over to see what was happening to Dafei. Dafei was picked up by the staff. Dafei cried. Although his back did not hurt that much, for a child, he had lost face and was bullied. He, who had never been beaten before, was thrown to the ground. All of these added together made him unable to bear it. The staff didn't expect that Gu Xinian would give them such a surprise. Gu Xinian actually knew grappling techniques. Even an average adult wouldn't be able to do that. How could a small child like him do it? Gu Xinian snorted and looked at Dafei. The staff members looked at Gu Shuan and said, "Nian, you, Nian, Nian, Xinian, you." The staff members looked at Gu Nian and said, "Gu Shuan, Gu Nian, I, Fei Nian, I, Gu Nian, and Fei Nian, of. Gu Fei A, of. Bei. She just didn't expect that a child would be so protective of his sister. He. Gu Fei Dan Yan A. Gu Xinian smirked. "Dafei, if you're a man, then come and fight. You're hiding behind an adult and crying. Are you still a man?" Wow, what a man! The staff looked at Gu Xinian and felt that he was too cute. He was too handsome. Even a child could be so handsome when he spoke. They had done so many episodes of children's programs, but they had never seen a child so handsome. Was it really because of the Gu family's genes? They were too powerful. Since young, why did they have such spirit? Dafei hid behind and looked around. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he quickly stood up. Who said I was hiding behind someone? If you hit someone, then you're not a good kid. I'm not going to fight you. Gu Shinian snorted and snorted disdainfully. All right, I don't need your apology. However, if you dare to touch my sister again, I'll definitely beat you up. Let's see if you still dare to bully her. Wow, good brother. The staff were all young girls, and all of a sudden, they felt very warm. For the sake of his younger sister, he really disregarded everything. The young ladies had all fantasized that they would have such a big brother. Today, they really saw it. Although he was such a small child, he was still so warm and amazing. Dafei said, I didn't bully her. Gu Shinian couldn't be bothered to talk to him. It's good that you didn't bully her. If you did, you don't have to tell me. My fist will tell you. Gu Shinian pulled Gu Shiwan away. Dafei looked at them from behind and felt even more embarrassed. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he lowered his head helplessly. Behind them, Gu Shinian kept mocking Dafei. Go over there. Stay away from me. This is my sister's thing. I don't need your help. Ha, such a stupid thing. I'll do it. I don't think you can do it with your IQ. Dafei was infuriated, but looking at Gu Shinian, he didn't dare to go near him. Finally, when he met up with the mothers, Dafei saw his mother and ran over. Looking at Chen Huanhuan, he couldn't help but cry. Wah, Mom. Just now, he hit me. Chen Huanhuan was stunned. Then, she started scolding like a shrew. Who hit you? What's going on? How can kids fight each other? Whose child is so uneducated? Gu Shinian walked out and said, Me? What happened? Lin Che looked at him and followed him. What happened? Gu Shinian said, he tripped Shi Yuan. When Chen Huanhuan heard that, she started scolding, just because he tripped, you hit our Dafei? Lin Che looked at Chen Huanhuan and said, what do you mean by tripped? Gu Shinian said, I don't know if he did it on purpose. But he tripped my sister and didn't apologize. Of course, I had to hit him. Chen Huanhuan was furious. She looked at Gu Shinian and wanted to use this as a pretext to vent her anger. What are you guys doing? Just because you have the surname Gu, you bully people like this. Our Dafei definitely didn't do it on purpose. You guys bully our Dafei like this and you even hit him. Dafei, how did you get hit? No matter how useless Mom is, you still have so many fans. They definitely can't see you getting hit like this. Gu Shinian said, alright, let his fans see how he gets beaten up. Let them see how useless the person they like is. Chen Huanhuan's heart skipped a beat. It didn't look good to see him getting beaten up. Lin Che said, alright, if you have the guts, don't edit it. Show the fans the truth and see which side they're on. Chapter 1378. Chen Huanhuan's eyes moved. Ha, you're starting to manage the editing. That's amazing. So what if you have the surname Gu? Gu Shinian said lightly, oh, you're so envious. Why don't you try changing your surname? The people around them almost choked. The staff felt that it was unbelievable. This child was he really a child? Chen Huanhuan was stunned by his words. Gu Shinian continued, oh, but even if you want to change, the Gu family won't accept someone with your IQ. Chen Huanhuan was instantly enraged. You actually, she pointed at Gu Xinian and shouted at Lin Che, is this how you manage a child? Look at what he's saying. Lin Che shrugged. I can't manage it. You can manage it for me. But I'm afraid you can't manage it either. The staff was worried that something was going to happen and quickly went to pull her away. After a while, Chen Huan was pulled away. Chen Huan was angry, but the staff tried to persuade her. All right, don't be angry. She's a member of the Gu family. It won't do you any good if you anger her. Chen Huan said, who is she? Why would I be afraid of her? It's not a matter of fear, it's not good. The staff didn't want anything to happen. They wanted everyone to finish filming well and not get into any trouble. So they would naturally start from the middle and hope that everyone would be in a good mood to continue filming. Hearing the staff say that, Chen Huan found herself a way out of this embarrassing situation. Our Dafei has so many fans. When they find out that he's being bullied, they definitely won't let Lin Che off. No matter what her surname is, the fans won't care what her surname is. During the shooting this time, Dafei basically avoided Gu Xinian. Gu Xinian even dared to talk back to his mother, so of course he didn't dare to provoke him. After filming, the families went home together. After 2 episodes, they rested for 2 more episodes before continuing. During this time, the first episode was broadcasted. It was also at this time that everyone found out that Lin Che was participating in this trip. All of a sudden, the audience who were curious about Lin Che went to watch the first episode. After the first episode was broadcasted, both the TV ratings and the computer click-through rate increased by many times. Among them, Chen Huan and Dafei naturally continued to be on the hot search. After all, they were still popular, and their fans had a lot of expectations for them. However, their expectations for Lin Che were not as little as Chen Huan thought. As expected, Lin Che's daughter, Gu Xuan, immediately attracted a lot of attention. This child was a combination of wealth and fame. Her mother was an award-winning actress and her father was the CEO of a wealthy family. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She was truly a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. Everyone was very interested in the internal affairs of this kind of rich and powerful family. Naturally, they were very interested in her, the daughter of a top rich and powerful family. The Gu Xuan in public was too cute. It made people feel that her looks did not disappoint her parents' genes. In addition, everyone saw Lin Che's home for the first time on the show. All of a sudden, the netizens, who were very imaginative and gossipy, immediately dug out many details. Lin Che's daughter's room is 120 square meters. How big is their home? This should be the manor on Nanshan Hill. That is the villa area for the rich. Only there can have such a large area. The market price there is already sky high. Any 500 square meter villa would cost hundreds of millions. Could it be that this is more than 500 square meters? Gu Xuan's clothes look ordinary, but the carpet in her house is made of MG and the furniture is made of solid wood. She has also collected a complete set of SS dolls, which is the most difficult to collect. A set of dolls would cost millions. Gu Xuan's cart is so expensive. It was brought back from abroad. It is definitely not sold in the country. I checked the official website and it is 60,000 yuan. Lin Che's house is definitely the biggest and the most luxurious among these stars. No wonder he is from a rich family. Among them, Gu Xinian, who showed up for a while, also caused a huge discussion. Everyone agreed that he was definitely a handsome little devil. Zheng Tai was so cute. It was a pity that he only showed up for a while, which made people feel that they had not seen enough. It was also the first time for the other families to see the edited version of the show. Although Chen Huan had a lot of screen time, many people were really tired of looking at her. They were even more curious about Lin Che, who was a new face. Suddenly, everyone saw that Lin Che's family was so big, and then they saw what the netizens said. Although there were many rich and powerful families in the industry who were exaggerated, Lin Che was definitely not an exaggeration. The first episode was over, but everyone was still curious about Lin Che. Everyone was looking forward to the second episode, and they even asked Gu Xinyan to come on the show. Lin Che saw this and took advantage of the popularity to promote the show on Weibo. He said humbly, "My family is really not as big or as rich as everyone says. You all scared me." Lin Che said this because he wanted to be humble, so that people would not say that he was too evil. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Gu Jingzi reposted it. "Be honest. Lying is not good." Lin Che went to sleep at that time, so he did not see this at all. When he woke up, he saw that Gu Jingzi's words had become a trending topic. Be honest. This trending topic was really, he clicked on it and saw that it had already become a trending topic on the internet. The netizens all commented, "Look, Gu Jingzi admitted it. Their family is just that rich. Lin Che, you have to learn from your husband. Look at how honest your husband is, and then look at yourself." Lin Che felt wronged. This Gu Jingzi, why didn't he follow the script? This was naturally just a small interlude in the middle. Later on, the second episode came out. Everyone was stunned when they saw the editing. This time, the production team had even edited Dafei and Gu Shunyan's argument into the show. Because the production team had considered it. This segment was so exciting, had so many highlights, and there were so many conflicts. It would be a waste to edit it all out. But to protect Dafei's image, they had specially beautified it a little in the editing. However, this did not stop the netizens from having their own fantasies. The netizens were instantly attracted by Gu Shunyan's smooth little movements. This was a world where looks mattered. Everyone liked such a handsome child even more. After watching it, everyone almost forgot about Dafei. All they could remember was Gu Shunyan's extraordinarily handsome appearance. Gu Shunyan's movements are top-notch. He did it so accurately at such a young age. And from what I see, Dafei is about 6 centimeters taller than him and weighs about 5 kilograms more than him. To be able to fall with such a heavy weight, Gu Xinyan must have trained regularly. Originally, he had wanted to sleep, but he stayed up and wrote a little. Chapter 1379. Some people had already realized that Gu Xinyan spoke like an adult. He didn't look like his peers at all. Of course, some scenes of the fight were not included. Otherwise, the impact would be too bad. The reason and result of the fight were also blurred. They only knew that the two of them made up in the end. But in fact, the two of them didn't care about each other. Chen Huan had underestimated Gu Jingzi's influence and the influence of Lin Che and Gu Jingzi's relationship. Everyone was obviously more interested in young Master Gu than Dafei. Dafei was suddenly reduced to cannon fodder. No matter how many fans he had, he couldn't save his declining popularity. In the production crew, Chen Huan came in angrily and asked the director, "How could you edit the part of the fight? Why didn't you tell me?" This time, Chen Huan specially watched it. The length of her show was obviously much shorter than that of Lin Che's family. And the focus was more on Gu Xinyan than on Dafei. Chen Huanhuan was anxious and angry. How could the production crew not edit it according to the original plan? Chen Huanhuan was used to watching the edited content first. She had watched it this time. Why did they change the edit in the end and not tell her? Actually, the director team had made a last-minute decision. But seeing Chen Huanhuan making a fuss, they could only say helplessly, "We also followed the popularity. Look, everyone's reaction is good now." Moreover, we originally wanted to show that Dafei was bullied and make the fans feel sorry for him. In the end, no one felt sorry for Dafei. Everyone only realized that Gu Xinyan was very handsome. What else could they do? Chen Huanhuan didn't believe them. She almost wanted to make a scene. Indeed, when the production crew saw that everyone was so interested in Gu Xinyan in the first episode, they quickly changed the editing plan and included Gu Xinyan in it. Who knew that it would really become popular all of a sudden? The viewership reached the peak of the first season and it seemed like it was going to crush the previous episodes. Because Gu Xinyan was too handsome, the number of hits on the internet soared and the popularity of the topic continued to reach the peak. The production crew weren't stupid. Of course, they would promote the popular one. Chen Huanhuan scolded, "Don't think that I don't know that you are promoting them just because their surname is Gu. You just want to please Gu Jingzi, right? Now you are purposely promoting them and trampling on Dafei. Have you forgotten how much Dafei has increased your popularity?" The director said helplessly, "We've been working together for so many years and we've always been looking for you. But it's different now. We want to support you and give you a lot of time, but the netizens and the audience are just interested in the Gu family. What can you do? Now, everyone is interested in these rich kids. Don't you see who's the richest man in the world? How many people call him husband when he opens an account on the internet? How many girlfriends he has, how many girlfriends he has. It's obvious that everyone likes rich people. And Gu Jingzi is so rich. What can you do?" Chen Huanhuan's face turned green when she heard this. "What do you mean now? Are you going to get rid of us after using us? Are you going to kick us out now? Of course we don't think that way. I'm saying that you can try to please Lin Che. You are doing well and you are so popular now. If you quit, you will be at a disadvantage. Why don't you get on better terms with them and everyone will be popular?" Asking Chen Huanhuan to please Lin Che, they might as well kill her. The director said, "What else do you want to do? Don't tell me you want to quit. We've known each other for so many years. How can you not help us? If you quit halfway, what will we do then? I know you don't lack money and you don't want the 50 million yuan. You can also afford the compensation. But if you quit like this, what will we do?" Hearing the 50 million yuan and the compensation, Chen Huanhuan's eyes paused. Of course, she didn't want to give up the money, nor did she want to give up the popularity. She knew very well that Dafei's popularity was still there, which had something to do with his participation in the show and his appearance on TV all the time. Once he quit, his popularity would definitely decline quickly. It wouldn't be worth it. How much money would she lose? But now, was Lin Che so popular? The program crew shook their heads and asked someone to comfort Chen Huanhuan. But they knew that the era of Chen Huanhuan and Dafei was over. The director said, "Let's appease her first. If we remove her, there will be too many negative topics to talk about. It's not good now. The moment Lin Che comes, the viewership ratings come. I've always said that Lin Che is a treasure. Wherever he goes, he'll be popular. Indeed, a person's luck is there. Chen Huan thought that she could suppress him. So I said from the start that no matter how much money we have to spend, as long as she can come, we must make her stay. And Chen Huan is a typical shrew. Everyone is sick of her and wants to see what a real rich lady and a prince and princess are like. Isn't that normal? Look at Lin Che. He's so classy. He's low-key and down-to-earth. One of his children is a prince and the other is a princess. They are cute, beautiful, and so noble. If it were me, I would like Gu Xinyan and Gu Xiwan too. There were many young ladies in the program crew. The director nodded when he heard this. You young ladies like this? Looks like we have to film more of Gu Xinyan in the future. Gu Xinyan had only wanted to take revenge for his sister. Who knew that he would suddenly become famous? When Lin Che was at home, his phone was exploding with calls. Someone asked Gu Xinyan and Gu Xiwan if they wanted to film an advertisement together. The pay could be discussed. Lin Che said embarrassedly that they didn't want to accept advertisements. Someone even asked Gu Xinyan if he was interested in developing in the film industry. They had small roles and they could let Gu Xinyan try it out. Lin Che quickly rejected them. Their Gu Xinyan was going to film and it would be infuriating. Now that he brought the two children out, there were even more people chasing after him. Although they were no longer people who wanted to explore secrets, but people who followed him like they were chasing after a star, it still made people feel speechless. Lin Che could only let An Baoqing drive away before getting out of the car. He could see the girls behind him shouting when they saw Gu Xinyan, you're so handsome. Gu Xinyan, grow up quickly. We want to have your babies. Gu Xinyan frowned. He turned around and said, when I grow up, I won't look for them anymore. I'm so old, can I still have children? Lin Che was speechless. He actually knew what having babies meant. Lin Che pursed his lips. It means that they like you. Who would really want to have babies for you? Kids think too much. Chapter 1380. Gu Xinyan tilted his head and looked at Lin Che helplessly. Although Gu Xinyan had been the center of attention since he was young, it was only from his family and some wealthy families. After all, he was the eldest son of the Gu family, so it was normal for him to be the center of attention. But now, it was the first time he was being worshipped like a celebrity. It made him feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Gu Xinyan wasn't an ordinary kid. It was fine if he simply expressed himself. When Lin Che returned home, she saw that everyone was asking on Weibo if their Gu Xinyan would be participating in the next show. They really wanted to see him. But Lin Che felt that Gu Xinyan would never want to be on TV again. She smiled and sent a photo to thank everyone. Since her appearance had already been announced, she didn't have to be so stingy with the photo. In the photo, Gu Xinyan was fencing. Everyone was shocked. Such a young kid could already fencing. Fencing was a class that Gu Xinyan had attended since he was young. Lin Che had let Gu Xinyan choose his own hobbies since he was young. It was rare for Gu Xinyan to like something that wasn't so violent, fencing. Because it was a gentleman's sport, Lin Che agreed. He had been learning for 3 years now. Naturally, he had mastered it. Everyone looked at the young gentleman in the photo and exclaimed that he was good looking. Oh my God, I want to have a baby looking at him. Lin Che looked at the netizens and thought helplessly, you know how defeated you are by giving birth to someone like this. It was all Gu Jingza's genes. It had nothing to do with him at all. It was so frustrating. The next time she went on the show, Lin Che and Gu Xinyan had completely replaced Chen Huanghuang's position. From the start, Lin Che's treatment was already very good. Every time she came, she would be the center of attention. This time, the way everyone looked at her seemed to have become more respectful. When she came, she had specially filmed some scenes of Gu Xinyan. Although it was just a small interlude, it was considered as fulfilling the audience's request and letting everyone see some scenes of Gu Xinyan. This time, Gu Xinyan was dragged into an adventure with a few of the kids. Although it was called an adventure, it was actually to bring the kids to talk about interesting things at home. After all, children's words carried no harm. Sometimes, it was very interesting to listen to a child's words. Hence, every season, such an activity would be arranged. Lin Che didn't know that it was an activity today. When she was called out by the production team, she felt a little strange. Once she entered a room, she saw that all the mothers were there, but the children were not. She said, "Where did the children go?" One of the mothers said, "They're over there. Come and see, they're all answering questions." It's so funny. Several mothers sat together, with Chen Huanghuang in the innermost. Although she was not convinced, she looked at Lin Che and thought that since she could not afford to offend him, she could hide from him. Anyway, she did not get close to him. She crossed her legs and watched from the side. Because she had participated in the show several times, she was not worried that Dafei would have any problems. She had already checked the answers with him and arranged a lot of interesting answers for Dafei to say on the show. She believed that Dafei's answers would definitely be much better than others. The answers of the first two children were very interesting, but there weren't too many highlights. After a while, Dafei went up, and the gap was very obvious. After all, he was a veteran, and he answered everything in the style of a variety show. It could be seen that in the future, this child would be influenced by his mother and walk the path of a variety show. After that, it was time for Gu Xiwan to go in for an interview. The director looked at Gu Xiwan and asked, "What's your name?" "Gu Xiwan," she said obediently. "Oh, who gave you your name?" "Gu Jingza gave it to me." The people outside trembled when they heard this. They were not used to the fact that the great Gu Jingza was by their side. Because they were familiar with Lin Che, and Lin Che and Gu Jingza had not been in the same scene before, when they saw Lin Che, they might not immediately think of Gu Jingza. Now that this child directly said that Gu Jingza gave him his name, the people outside sighed and thought, yes, the great Gu Jingza is this little girl's father. The director said, "Who is Gu Jingza? Isn't he your father? Why do you call him Gu Jingza?" Gu Xiwan ate the candy on the table and said, "That's what my mother calls him at home." When everyone heard this, they looked at Lin Che enviously again. He called Gu Jingza by his name at home. The director said, "Your mother calls your father Gu Jingza. Why don't you call him husband?" Gu Xiwan looked up and tilted her head as she asked seriously, "What is a husband?" The director was speechless. The director said, "Go home and ask your father." The director smiled and said, "Does mom listen to dad more at home, or does dad listen to mom more?" Gu Xiwan said, "Mom listens to dad more." "Ah, is that so? Why?" Everyone felt that it was obvious. Would Gu Jingza listen to anyone else? Gu Jingza definitely had the final say in the house. He was the leader of the Gu family. However, Gu Shiwan said, Dad is strong. Mom can't beat Dad. Mommy and Daddy still fight? Dad said that Mom wants to carry him and beat him. Ha 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 ha. The people outside burst into laughter. What did she mean by carrying him and beating him? The director couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh, how did he carry him and beat him? Dad said that beating someone is too scary, so he won't show it to us. He said that he'll beat Mom up when we get into the house. The people outside had a million wild thoughts. How was he going to beat him up when they got into the house? Was he going to beat him up on the bed? Aren't you worried when your mother gets beaten up? The director continued to tempt her. Gu Shiwan was really something. She answered whatever the director asked. When the director asked her, she said, Auntie Xiaobai said that Dad loves Mom and they are loving inside. Pfft, the director said, does it hurt when Dad beats Mom? Yeah, it hurts so much that Mom cried. She cried. Mom cried and said no. It hurt so much and Dad still hit her. Lin Che's face turned red. He jumped up and said, no, I have to bring Gu Shiwan out. Everyone in the house burst into laughter. Don't go. I didn't know that President Gu dotes on you so much. Hee hee, life is so blissful, his mother said suggestively. Lin Che looked bitter. Someone must have told her this. The room is soundproof. How could she hear it? The people next to him laughed when they heard it. Ayo, then it's true. The room is soundproof but it can't handle your loud voice. Ha ha ha, looks like President Gu is good at this. Lin Che had said it out of desperation. He didn't expect to fall into their trap. That's not what I meant. Okay, you don't have to explain. Chapter 1381. She really wanted to explain, but she had to. There was no need to mention what she said after that. It was as flirtatious as it could get. Lin Che felt that he had to be more careful in the future. How could a child remember all this? But did Gu Jingze and her really have such a dubious relationship? The people around them were very envious. They couldn't tell that the two of them were so close. Their child was already so big, but they were still so warm and affectionate. Lin Che went back and complained to Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze was still in Dubai. He hadn't come back for so long because he was busy. At night, the two of them kept video chatting. Gu Jingze didn't turn off the video until Lin Che fell asleep. Hearing Lin Che complain about his child, Gu Jingze snorted and laughed. I'll go back the day after tomorrow, he said suddenly. Lin Che looked up in surprise. Really? You're coming back? Yes, I'm almost done. Lin Che was very happy. She wanted to pick him up at the airport the day after tomorrow. When Gu Jingze returned, the airport was heavily guarded. When Lin Che arrived, she saw Gu Jingze coming out. Qin Hao and the other staff were following beside him. When they saw Lin Che, the rest of the staff had already left. Gu Jingze smiled and walked over. Lin Che quickly ran over. She pulled Gu Jingze and said, You've been busy for so long this time. Gu Jingze said, I hope you don't have to be busy anymore. Let's go. There must be a lot of reporters out. I don't think so. I didn't see them when I came. You'll see them when you go out. Huh? They probably already know that I'm coming back. They should hurry over. Lin Che was depressed. This was great. Because they were exposed, they would be the center of attention when they went out. As expected, when they went out, they saw a lot of people surrounding them. The reporters were filming from afar, but because there were too many security guards around Gu Jingze, they couldn't get close. Lin Che and Gu Jingze held hands and left as quickly as possible. However, they couldn't stop the people from following them. Seeing the two of them holding hands, the reporters quickly pointed their cameras at them. Someone even shouted boldly, "Mr. Gu, Lin Che, look here." They didn't dare to call Gu Jingze's name directly, but they still wanted to get some shots of them. In the past, it was possible for Gu Jingze's security guards to chase these people away. That was why they hadn't exposed a single photo for so many years. However, now that it was public, they didn't care about it anymore. That was why they allowed them to take photos. Lin Che pretended not to hear anything, and quickly pulled Gu Jingze away. Although the reporter was very disappointed, it was the first time that he and Gu Jingze were in the same frame, so he was satisfied. He went back to report it. In the report, he also said that Gu Jingze was indeed Gu Jingze. The security was too tight. He took a picture of the nearby security guards. There were more than 30 security guards, and they were so tight that it was impossible to get close. Lin Che looked at the report and felt very helpless. When she got home, Lin Che received a call from Yu Minmin. Before she could spend some time with Gu Jingze, Yu Minmin said in surprise, "Shui Yang's new role has been nominated for the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor." Lin Che was stunned at first, then said in surprise, "Really?" "Of course, the documents have been sent down. It hasn't been released yet. I submitted it as soon as I finished editing it." This time, Shui Yang's luck changed because of a scar, and he suddenly became a capable actor. "That's great. When will you start choosing?" "Next week." Lin Che was happy. Shui Yang was getting better and better, and he was getting closer to his previous goal. Yu Minmin said, "These few days, the local organization has arranged a banquet for him, and many celebrities have been invited." "You have to go too." Lin Che said gloomily, "What does it have to do with the organization?" Other than being nominated for the Best Foreign Film Award, the last person who was nominated for the Best Supporting Actor Award was 30 years ago. Not to mention winning an award, he hasn't even been nominated. So now, Shui Yang is very valued. His filming in America is about to end soon, and he's coming back to attend the welcome banquet. Okay, these people love this kind of formalism. Lin Che agreed, put down the phone, and told Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze said, "It's something to be happy about." "When is the banquet?" "In a few days." Lin Che raised his eyebrows. "Why, are you going?" "Uh-huh." Gu Jingze also raised his eyebrows. Of course, Lin Che was just joking. He wouldn't go to such a boring place. "Okay, I'm just joking with you. Hurry up and rest." "Aren't you coming?" Gu Jingze took her hand and pulled her in. Lin Che blushed and hurriedly looked around to see if Gu Shiwan was following him. Seeing that Gu Shiwan seemed to have gone out with the servant, he shyly entered the room with her. Many people attended the welcome banquet. Because the organization had asked for them, not attending seemed to be disrespecting the organization, so no one dared to offend the organization. Otherwise, although it wouldn't be a big deal, it would still be annoying to find trouble for them. The organization hoped that everyone would attend the banquet to show how much they valued this C-grade film director. But the other artists were not really happy for Shui Yang. After all, whether Shui Yang won an award or not had nothing to do with them. Especially those who were originally Lin Che's competitors. When they saw that the artists in Lin Che's studio were so awesome, they felt jealous, but they still had to pretend to congratulate him. But if they really didn't come, it would seem that they were stingy and cared about it. So many people acted as if they were not interested in the Oscars. The people from Starlight had no choice but to come. They were definitely sent here by the organization because the organization called and said, "I heard that your family is not on good terms with Lin Che's studio." Of course, Liang Shan hurriedly said, "Of course not, of course not. Our families are very close." "Really? We are all in the same industry and people in the industry should be friendly and help each other. Otherwise, if the news gets out, it will seem like we are in the dark. That's not good. This is a good opportunity, you guys should come together." Liang Shan's face immediately darkened. This time, they were the ones who started the fight between Gu Jingze and Lin Che. Who knew that they would shoot themselves in the foot? Now they were trying their best to avoid showing up, but who knew that the organization would threaten them? If they didn't go, it would seem like they were fighting against each other. How could they say no? They had no choice but to bring a few artists with them. When they arrived, they saw that many people were disdainful. "I didn't expect that Shui Yang would have so many scandals in the past. I heard that he even won the Oscars. I heard that his face is ruined. Maybe with that face, if he doesn't go to Hollywood, he won't be able to cheat people in the country." Digression. As for when this article will be finished, it should be finished this month. Everyone can talk about some people's digressions in the comments section. I want to see which one will be able to edit someone else's short story. Chapter 1382. When Liang Shan heard this, he brought Wu Yufei to watch from the back. He said, "I've long heard of that Shui Yang. He used to be a scoundrel. He was taken in by Lin Che and became a trainee. Seriously, Lin Che has all kinds of people mixed in." Wu Yufei said, "It's fine as long as he can be famous." Liang Shan looked askance at his Wu Yufei. This child was really going against him every day. She even ruined his place in front of others. Wu Yufei couldn't be bothered with him. She went to play with her own fingers. Seriously, he couldn't do it and yet he refused to admit it. Every day, he criticized Lin Che. Then he shouldn't imitate their method of nurturing newcomers. At the end of the day, he was also nurtured using that method. However, Lin Che and the others were always responsible for their artists. But on Xing Hui's side, the artists who couldn't do it were kicked aside. Just look at Shui Yang. He already had a scar on his face and Lin Che still thought of another way for him. If it was Xing Hui, they would have hidden him long ago. At this moment, Lin Che arrived. The people from the union rushed to welcome Mrs. Gu. "Ah, Mrs. Gu is here." The union didn't like people like Lin Che who had too much news. They always felt that he was a bad influence in the entertainment industry. An artist who had so much news should not just focus on acting. But now that Lin Che was Mrs. Gu, things were different. "Mrs. Gu, the artist that your agency has nurtured is really good. I saw it this time and the movie is not bad. You have a good chance of winning an award. This Shui Yang is really the pride of the entertainment industry in Country C. Our union specially prepared a medal for him today." Lin Che was dressed in a black dress, elegant and elegant. Because it was a formal occasion and not an ordinary banquet, it was a banquet organized by the union. Hence, the clothes were very formal and there was nothing special. But perhaps it was because she was now Mrs. Gu, everyone felt that she was especially elegant when they looked at her. After Lin Che exchanged pleasantries with the Union for a while, she saw Liang Shan avoiding her gaze and walking over to talk to Wu Yufei. But Wu Yufei didn't give him face. The moment he turned around, Wu Yufei stood up and left. Liang Shan blushed and had no choice but to meet Lin Che's face. Since they were already eye to eye, he had no choice but to stand up and greet them. Liang Shan said, "Hello, Mrs. Gu. It's rare to see you. You're so busy, but you're still attending the Union's banquet. You're really supporting the work of the Union. How could that be? Brother Liang Shan is the amazing one. He's a big brother in the world of agents. He even came to our Shuai welcome party. Oh right, I heard that you have a good relationship with the paparazzi. I don't know if they're here this time. Please send my regards. I haven't seen them in a long time. I miss them." This was because Lin Che knew that everything that had happened was caused by Xing Hui. Liang Shan's expression was rather unsightly, but there was nothing else he could say to refute. He had slapped himself in the face, and now he had to wait for someone else to slap him in the face again. Lin Che smiled and walked past Liang Shan. At this moment, he saw that Wu Yufei was staring at him. He snorted and walked inside. Wu Yufei wanted to pretend that she didn't care, but after competing with Lin Che for so long, he was still so popular. She was still in her current position, and she might not even have the ability to keep her position. She always told others that she was very tired and that she didn't want to act at all. She would go back after earning enough money. Fame wasn't important. She came here because she wanted to earn money, and when she had earned enough money, she would marry someone and go back to live her life. But these words were actually said on purpose. She knew that after the peak, her popularity would start to fall. This was inevitable. It was as if she was giving people a heads up, making them think that she wouldn't care even if her popularity fell. Actually, which celebrity wouldn't care? If they had never been popular before, it would be fine. But after experiencing it once, even if it was only for a day, they wouldn't want to fall again. No wonder so many celebrities would be depressed. Really, it was too easy for them to experience ups and downs. Shui Yang returned. He was covered in dust and had just gotten off the plane. After being baptized by Hollywood, he had really darkened. Everyone saw that there were scars on his face. They were really obvious, but they should be able to be covered with powder. But it was obvious that Hollywood wouldn't let people use powder to cover their faces. When Shui Yang entered, the reporters immediately swarmed over. Being an international celebrity was really different. When he smiled, he seemed to be very classy. He smiled at the reporters. He wasn't in a hurry to accept the interview, so he went in to look for Lin Che first. "Sister Che, I'm back." He pulled Lin Che up in front of everyone. The two of them seemed to be very close, which made the others jealous. Most people would forget about their talent scouts once they became famous, but obviously, Shui Yang wasn't one of them. Lin Che said, "All right, let's go for the interview." Shui Yang pulled Lin Che over for the interview. The reporters looked at Lin Che and hurriedly asked, "Didn't President Gu come today, Mrs. Gu?" Lin Che said speechlessly, "Today's main character is here." Shui Yang wasn't worried that she would steal the spotlight. He smiled and said to the reporters, "It's been a long time. Thank you for coming today. Shui Yang, are you confident in winning the award this time? There's a scar on your face, right?" Do you have any emotional journey? Now that you're called the international Shui, do you have any thoughts? Shui Yang said, I'm already very happy to be nominated. If I can win the award, of course I'll look forward to it. Even if I don't win, I'll gladly accept it. Then, did you already know about Lin Che and Mr. Gu? Yes, we knew. Shui Yang smiled. The two of you have always been very loving. We all know that. Why did it have to do with her again? When the reporters heard this, they immediately became interested. How loving! Who listens to whom in the family? Have they ever quarreled? Shui Yang smiled and said, quarrel, just like any other married couple. However, Mr. Gu is always the one who admits defeat the most. Sister Che should be more obedient in the family because Mr. Gu is still very capable and can help Sister Che take care of everything. Sister Che is usually too muddle-headed, she can't do without Mr. Gu. Wow, so sweet, the reporters cried out. They really felt that the two of them were very loving indeed. However, there were discordant voices at the back. When they heard Shui Yang's words, they said, humph, public display of affection. They didn't finish the second half of the sentence. Public display of affection would lead to a quick death. Everyone knew what that meant. They looked at each other and felt that it was right. There were many public displays of affection in the industry, but it all ended in divorce. However, at this moment, someone said, quick, look, it seems like someone is coming. No way, Gu Jingze, the living Gu Jingze is here? Chapter 1383. Indeed, it was Gu Jingze. The reporters wanted to take pictures but the security guards had already started to clear them out. After clearing the reporters out, Gu Jingze walked in. The people from the union felt very honored and immediately went over to greet him. Shui Yang had been with Lin Che for a long time, so he was used to Gu Jingze. He could understand why these celebrities were so excited when they saw Gu Jingze. At first, when he saw Gu Jingze, he felt a little uncomfortable. He couldn't believe that he was in the same room as Gu Jingze. But after some time, he got used to it. He felt that as long as Gu Jingze was with Lin Che, he would be very calm. It was different from the rumors. The celebrities looked at Gu Jingze excitedly. But when they saw Lin Che walk over, they realized that it was useless to be excited now. Gu Jingze was Lin Che's. If this had happened in the past when they didn't know, they would have been very surprised to see Gu Jingze. They could even brag to everyone in the entertainment industry that they knew Gu Jingze's true colors. But now, even though they had finally seen the famous Gu Jingze, they realized that he was already Lin Che's. Lin Che brought Shui Yang over. Gu Jingze looked at Shui Yang and said, I know you've been nominated for an Oscar. Congratulations. Shui Yang was very embarrassed. This name could be very famous in other places, but it was nothing in Gu Jingze's eyes. He lowered his head and said, thank you, but it's just a supporting actor and it's only a nomination. I might disappoint everyone in the end. No, you're already the pride of country C. Gu Jingze extended his hand. Shui Yang quickly took it and shook his hand respectfully. Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze and said, why are you here all of a sudden? Gu Jingze put his arm around her shoulder and said, let's go in and talk. The group of people saw Gu Jingze pull Lin Che into the room and their gazes followed them. In the beginning, people were curious about whether Gu Jingze and Lin Che were really in love with each other as people said. They suspected that the two of them were definitely together for a purpose. However, now that the two of them were standing in front of them, many people had no choice but to believe that the two of them were husband and wife, a real husband and wife. This was not a hype. Gu Jing's purpose for coming here was to let everyone see that those who doubted him could clearly see that he was truly standing by Lin Che's side. These days, many people had nothing better to do than to make up stories on the internet about how tough the life of a wealthy family was, how Lin Che forced himself to smile, and how he pretended to be very happy. It wasn't that he didn't know, so he came over to see with his own eyes whether Lin Che was really forcing himself to smile. Now that Gu Jingzhou was really here, everyone had seen what they wanted to see, so they could only leave. There were also some people who wanted to get close to Gu Jingzhou. After all, there weren't many opportunities to get close to Gu Jingzhou. However, only Lin Che and a few people who were familiar with Lin Che directly walked in. The security didn't stop them. However, when other strangers wanted to go in, they were immediately stopped and not allowed to get close. The security guards didn't say a word. They just stood there with cold faces. No matter who it was, no matter what they said, they would say, "Lin Che knows me. Let me go over and say hello." The security guard had a blank look on his face. They would say, "I'm playing that so-and-so." The security guard still had a cold look on his face. Everyone could only leave resentfully. After watching for a while, Yu Minmin came and walked over. The security guard knew him, so he bowed respectfully and let him in. Yu Minmin was the president's wife, so it wasn't a big deal. However, when Mu Firen came, he also nodded respectfully and let him in. It seemed like the security guards all knew these people. Everyone could only watch unwillingly. There was nothing they could do. They looked at the few people they knew sitting around Gu Jingzhou, and no one else was allowed to get close to him. They were very jealous. Yu Minmin looked at Shuai and congratulated him. Then, he said, "I'll be there during the award ceremony. If Lin Che's schedule isn't good, he probably won't be able to make it." Lin Che said, "I'll be watching the live broadcast at home." Shuai hurriedly said, "It's not a big deal. If you guys do this, I'll be under a lot of pressure." Yu Minmin said, "Don't you feel pressured? We're just going to support you. It's already very impressive that you were nominated. We're satisfied. Moreover, when the time comes, you'll be the light of Country C. Even if we don't go, many people from the domestic media and the entertainment industry will be there. You can start adjusting your mentality now." Shuai took a deep breath. Indeed, he was already feeling a little pressured. Yu Minmin looked at his face and said, "All right, I told you that this is your destiny. A scar won't stop you. You're better now, and you'll be better in the future." Shuai looked at them and said, "Thank you for not giving up on me. I'm only where I am today because of everyone's support. You're welcome. It's the result of your hard work. You didn't know how to act at first, but now you have such a wide range of acting skills. It's all because of your hard work. We can't act for you, can we?" Shuai knew that everyone was comforting him, but in his heart, he was really grateful to this team and his friends. Lin Che sighed as he looked at him, deep in thought. He left with Gu Jingzhou. On the way, he saw a woman swaying and bumping into him. Lin Che was stunned. He could smell the smell of alcohol. Luckily, the security guards were still there, and they blocked the person. He took a closer look and saw that the person on the ground was Wu Yufei. He didn't know how much she had drunk, but she was swaying. She was mumbling indistinctly, "Hey, Lin Che. Ha ha ha, hello, hello. Why do I see you again? It's really, Gu Jingzi frowned. Lin Che waved his hand and said, it's okay. She's just an artist we've met before. Just take her away. Liang Shan was watching from afar. He was really frightened. When he heard Lin Che's calm instructions, he hurried over. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll take her away immediately. Liang Shan looked at Gu Jingzi from afar. He looked at the security guards and didn't dare to come over. Now that he was in front of Gu Jingzi, he felt even more pressured. He knew that he had offended Lin Che, so he didn't even dare to look at Gu Jingzi. He didn't know how he had the guts to go against Lin Che. Lin Che looked at him and nodded. Brother Liang Shan, she's from your company. I'll leave her to you. Hearing the words, Brother Liang Shan really made him feel cold all over. Chapter 1384. If he hadn't seen Gu Jingzi with his own eyes, he would have had the courage to provoke him. But now that he had seen the two of them in front of him, the difference between them was obvious. Liang Shan pulled her up and left quickly. Although he was dragging her, he still ran faster than a rabbit. Liang Shan dragged her to the back. Seeing her like this, he was worried that the reporters outside would find out, so he quickly picked up the water beside him and splashed it on her. Wake up! Why don't you look at yourself? What are you doing here? Do you want to die? Wu Yufei wiped the water off her face and opened her eyes to see Liang Shan. She stood up and scolded him. How dare you splash water on me? Don't you know how many fans I have? How dare you splash water on my face? This face is for you to earn money. Can you afford to ruin it? Liang Shan didn't expect that Wu Yufei would still dare to talk to him like this. But he endured, for the sake of her drunkenness. Plus, it was true that her face was for money. He didn't want to argue with a money tree. Liang Shan asked someone to hide her and went back to rest. The next day, Wu Yufei was called to the office when she woke up. Liang Shan scolded her. You should pay attention to your image. What's wrong with you? How dare you get drunk there? Don't you know how many reporters are outside? If they take a picture of you going to Gu Jingzi's place, they'll laugh at you. Wu Yufei said indifferently, I'm not afraid. Ha, you can drink if you don't get a picture. What if you get a picture? Then let's talk about it after we get a photo. Besides, what are you afraid of? Even if we get a photo, it's just a little scandal. Who knows, we might even be able to get on the headlines and gain some exposure. Nowadays, which artist isn't both black and famous? The more scandals there are, the more popular they are. Wu Yufei didn't say anything else. She stood up and walked out. Liang Shan slammed the table angrily. This Wu Yufei was getting more and more ridiculous. Wu Yufei was in a bad mood. She had to rush to work. When she arrived at the airport, a few people followed her. She had a hangover and was very tired. When she saw her assistant pushing a car over, she sat in it. I can't take it anymore. I need to sit for a while. Although the assistant felt that it was a little strange, and the people next to them were watching, it was not good for him to refuse. Wu Yufei just sat on the suitcase and walked forward. He got on the plane and got off. Due to the delay, he arrived 2 hours late. The assistant was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Wu Yufei was still leaning against the chair and sleeping. Wu Yufei's assistant kept talking on the phone. She said, all right, stop arguing. It's late anyway. Let me sleep for a while. When they arrived, they were already 3 hours late. Some of the older celebrities harumphed, seriously, the youngsters these days are really incredible. Back then, we would always arrive 2 hours early, afraid that we would be late. Of course, Wu Yufei heard it. She pretended not to hear it and went in. The assistant could only smile awkwardly and hurriedly followed. Sister Yufei, what would you like to drink? Sister Yufei, let's get you something to eat. The few assistants kept following her back and forth. Wu Yufei was too lazy to go out and listen to the older celebrities scolding her. She just stayed inside, and when the rehearsal was about to end, she went out for a walk. Then, she came back to play games and enjoy the air conditioning. The television station said that these celebrities these days could really earn hundreds of thousands of dollars just by appearing for a few minutes. It was too easy to earn money. The television station immediately told the management company that their celebrities were too famous. They were really too much. Next time, it would be better to have celebrities who weren't so famous. Liang Shan was extremely depressed. He paced back and forth a few times. He couldn't help but call Wu Yufei to scold her. Wu Yufei, what's wrong with you? How dare you offend the television station? Aren't you afraid of being banned in the future? Wu Yufei said lazily, don't I have you guys? Just help me with the public relations. After saying that, Wu Yufei hung up the phone. Liang Shan was really curious. Where did the obedient and sensible Wu Yufei go? Why was it that she was becoming more and more difficult to manage now? On the other side, Lin Che and Gu Jingze went out early in the morning. Gu Jingze left for a long time. When he came back, he said he would go shopping with her. Of course, Lin Che was very happy. She changed her clothes in the house and went out with Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze was in charge of driving and she sat beside him. The two of them drove a relatively low-key Benz together. Nowadays, every car on the road was like a luxury car. A Benz was much more low-key than the cars in their backyard. Especially when a Benz could be bought for more than $200,000, it became more and more worthless. Although this Benz was obviously worth $1 million, people might not be able to tell. Anyway, people might only recognize the logo of a Benz, but they might not be able to understand the model. This was the case for Lin Che. Although she knew that her family's car shouldn't be that cheap, when she saw that it was a Benz, she thought it should be cheaper than a Porsche. Actually, she didn't know that many Porsches nowadays only cost a few $100,000. They were not even as expensive as a Benz. Whenever Gu Jingze wanted to accompany Lin Che, he would ask his men to follow her from afar. Although many of Lin Che's clothes were bought by the housekeeper, and they were very convenient to hang in the store, women still needed to go shopping occasionally. As they walked, they arrived at the store. Unexpectedly, this time, as soon as they entered the store, they heard people rushing over. Wow, Lin Che, Gu Jingze, Lin Che saw the shop assistant running over happily with a face full of joy. She recognized them at first sight without any doubt. This was also because the two of them had been on TV too much recently. Anyone who paid a little attention to celebrity gossip would know them. How could they not know them? Hello, hello. Are you going shopping? Please come in. We just got some new things in the store. Look, Lin Che originally just wanted to go shopping, but after hearing the shop assistant's words, he had no choice but to come in. He could only go in and take a look. However, because the shop assistant was looking at him as if he were an animal in the zoo, Lin Che felt a little uncomfortable. So, he didn't see what the clothes were like and just walked around casually. On the other hand, Gu Jingze looked down at Lin Che and then at the chattering shop assistant. He said directly, "It's done." The shop assistant looked at Gu Jingze, thinking that he was angry. However, unexpectedly, Gu Jingze said directly, "All right, wrap up this row of clothes for us and send it to the Gu family's house. You can pay for it here. We still have something to do, so we'll be leaving first." The shop assistant saw that, wow, a row of clothes was bought directly. As expected of a nouveau riche. The shop assistant looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. She quickly nodded and said, okay, don't worry." Gu Jingze helped Lin Che and left. Chapter 1385. The shop assistant quickly posted it on Weibo. "Gu Jingze just brought Lin Che to our store. Oh my, he solved a month's worth of my sales." There was a row of clothes below the post, which meant that all the clothes in the row had been bought. There was a heated discussion on the internet. The Weibo post was immediately discovered by the marketing paparazzi, who then posted it on his account. It said, "Look at how the rich Gu Jingze dotes on his wife. Look at how the rich man goes shopping. Mrs. Gu is so lucky." The netizens were very surprised and said, "So other people's posts about buying are just casual remarks. Our President Gu is the one who is really buying. They usually talk about rich families and young masters in the capital. It's time to see what a real rich man looks like. President Gu, do you still need a maid? President Gu's cloakroom is so big." Outside, Lin Che and Gu Jingze were still in the middle of shopping. Lin Che looked up and said, "Why did you buy all of them?" Gu Jingze said, "She wasted so much time talking to us and wasting our time. This is the most time-saving way for us, and the clothes are not ugly." Lin Che said, "But I can't wear so many clothes. I like wearing one a day," he said with a smile. Lin Che knew that he couldn't be bothered to listen to the shop assistant. Smiling, she pulled him to continue strolling. After a while, she was a little tired and pulled him to a coffee shop. There were many coffee shops in shopping malls nowadays. The purpose was probably to give people a place to sit when they were tired. Gu Jingze pulled him in. He looked around and said, "The coffee is terrible." Lin Che pushed him to sit down. The coffee here was, of course, different from the coffee beans that he had carefully selected from Brazil. "All right, no one is here to drink coffee. They are all here to rest and continue shopping." Lin Che didn't ask him what he wanted to drink. He just bought 2 cups of coffee. Someone seemed to recognize the two of them, but didn't dare to go forward to confirm. Lin Che rested his chin on his hand and looked at Gu Jingze. Then he looked at the scenery outside the French window. There were beautiful scenery and handsome men. But at this moment, outside, when someone's car was reversing inside, with a bang, it scraped the car outside. The onlookers saw that it was a Porsche that had crashed into a Mercedes-Benz. Wow, a Porsche colliding with a Mercedes-Benz. "It's going to be interesting," the onlookers said as they got out of their cars. They walked closer to watch the show. At the same time, the owner of the Porsche had alighted. "Fuck, who parked the car here? Can't you let people pass?" The Porsche was small and flat, while the Mercedes-Benz was big and tall. It was an SUV. The bottom of the Porsche's headlights were dented, and the headlights were also broken. On the other hand, the Mercedes-Benz didn't have any problems except for a layer of paint. The owner of the Porsche was very angry. The gold chain around his neck was shaking. "Hey, is this the insurance company? My car was scratched." I don't expect him to pay for it. It's just a broken Mercedes-Benz." Everyone looked and said, "That's a Mercedes-Benz, and a broken Mercedes-Benz at that. He's driving a Porsche. In his eyes, it's just a broken Mercedes-Benz." At this moment, there was a broadcast in the mall. "Attention, owner of the car plate number XXXXX. Your car was scratched in the outdoor parking lot. We hope that you can come out and deal with it." Lin Che felt that it sounded familiar. When he heard the announcement from the mall again, he immediately jumped up. "No way, our car was scratched." Gu Jingze stood up slowly. "Really? Let's go out and take a look." When the two of them went out, they heard someone shouting from afar. "Seriously, why isn't the owner here yet? Don't tell me he wants to run away." The friend next to the man said, "Did he see that you're a Porsche and ran away in fear? Pfft, who wants him to pay for it? Seriously? Was he talking about them?" Hearing this, Lin Che felt strange and walked over in a few steps. "Excuse me, please. The car is ours. What's wrong?" The man was still shouting, "Hey, what's wrong with you? How did you park the car? You made us." However, when he looked closely, he saw that the person who came over wasn't it Lin Che? The man's words stopped there. "Hey, Lin Che, why is it you? Is this your car?" The man looked at the man behind him and was even more surprised. Was that Gu Jingze? Lin Che looked and said, "What's wrong? Did the car get scratched?" Yeah. Seriously, I didn't know it was your car. I was waiting for the insurance company to come. How would I know that you drive such a cheap car?" At this moment, the insurance company's representative arrived. He immediately recognized the man's Porsche and walked over. The man hugged the insurance company representative and said, "Seriously, I didn't expect to meet a celebrity after a car accident. Look, Lin Che, you drive a Mercedes. I thought that since you're so rich, your car would be expensive. Why did you drive a Mercedes?" Behind him, the insurance salesman looked at him and said speechlessly, "All right, why don't you look at the specs of his car and yours? His model isn't a cheap Mercedes-Benz either. Do you think all Mercedes-Benz are cheap?" "Huh?" The man was a little dumbfounded. Everyone watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. Someone said, "This is a high-end imported Mercedes-Benz. It costs 4 million, okay?" Lin Che didn't expect that. She quickly turned around to look at Gu Jingze. She knew that Gu Jingze's car wouldn't be cheap. Who knew, it was so expensive. She quickly said, "Seriously, didn't I say that we would drive a low-key car?" Gu Jingze said, "The most low-key one." The man's face turned red. On the other side, Lin Che saw that someone had discovered them and didn't dare to say anything else. She only said to the person, "We'll leave someone to handle it. We'll leave first." With that, she pulled Gu Jingze into the car. As expected, someone had already discovered them from afar and shouted, "Wow, it's Gu Jingze and Lin Che." They immediately rushed over. Luckily, the two of them left early. However, the onlookers had already posted this scene on the internet. Someone even listed all the luxury cars Lin Che had driven over the years on the internet. So Lin Che was such a nouveau riche from the start. Mrs. Gu has long revealed her wealth, but we just didn't realize it. The pictures below showed cars as small as 4 million yuan and as big as 10 million yuan. It was an eye-opener for many onlookers. They even asked curiously how many cars the Gu family had, however, they really didn't have a head count. He only knew that Lin Che had driven more than a dozen of them. Chapter 1386. However, in the past, no one had paid attention to what kind of car Lin Che drove. Only now did they start to sort it out, and they discovered a shocking fact. The cars that Lin Che had been driving for so many years were definitely not something that she could afford. Every single one of them was of the highest quality. Any one of them was already shocking enough, but she actually had so many of them. In that case, the garage of Gu Jingza's house was usually as scary as a car show of the highest quality. Lin Che and Gu Jingza had just returned home when Lin Che received the news that the next show was going to be held in Dubai. Lin Che was stunned for a moment. The production team said, "We have more funds this time, and it's because of your strong appeal. Look, so many sponsors are looking for us to work with, and the viewership ratings are even higher than the first season's viewership ratings. This time, we've decided to go to a high-end place. We're going to Dubai. You should prepare for it. The children should all have passports, right?" Gu Xiuan had never gone abroad before. She instructed someone to apply for passports first. Because time was tight, she got someone to go through the back door and get the passports on the same day. However, she was a little depressed about going to Dubai. That place didn't give her a good impression, but the other mothers were still very excited, feeling that they could finally go to a high-end place with the production team. Gu Jingza saw Lin Che's worried face in the room and walked over. "What's wrong? Are you very unhappy?" Lin Che said, "I just don't like going to Dubai. Or we can ask the production team to change the location," Gu Jingza said. Lin Che shook her head. "Forget it. The production team probably chose that place because they accepted the sponsorship there. If I say I don't want to go, the entire production team's sponsorship might be in trouble." Although she was a big shot, she never liked to cause trouble for others. She was used to it. Gu Jingza thought deeply for a moment, then pressed her to sit down and said, "When you get there, I'll go too." Lin Che looked up. "You're going too? Is that okay?" Gu Jingza nodded. "Anyway, there's something I haven't settled yet. Since you're worried, I'll go and accompany you." Lin Che leaned on his shoulder, silently nodding his head. Suddenly going to Dubai, everyone hurriedly packed up. The production team was already prepared. When they arrived at the venue, everyone had already discussed their requirements when they arrived in Dubai. First of all, let the mothers pay attention to not go out alone, lest they get lost abroad. They knew that these were all celebrities and not ordinary people. They must have gone abroad before, and Dubai was also a very good choice because it was also a shopping paradise, so the production team was worried that they would go shopping after going abroad. Going out alone overseas, although they were all adults and had their own travel experiences, if anything really happened, it would still be the production team's responsibility. They would have to take responsibility and compensate for it. The production crew was really worried. They reminded them again and again, but the mothers still excitedly said that they wanted to go shopping. "I've always wanted to buy that new Cornell model. I want to buy the Chloe bag that just came out recently. Didn't you see it? A few days ago, someone took a picture of it behind its back. I think it's very compatible." The mothers discussed fervently. At the back, Chen Huan scoffed and said, "What's so good about taking a street photo? Some female celebrities just like this kind of formalism. Although it's called a street photo, it's actually just finding the right position at the airport and posing properly. When they go back, they have to fix the photo properly. If they fix it like that, they'll look good no matter what they wear. Seriously, we've never bothered to do that." As a variety artist, Chen Huan used jokes to win over the audience. She was different from actors like Lin Che. Actors like Lin Che paid more attention to their image. Some actors did indeed pay attention to their fashion sense and so on. Moreover, street photos were indeed very popular now. The airport had become a runway for celebrities, and it had become a popular spot for street photos. Chen Huan's disdain was somewhat reasonable. However, among the few mothers, only one had posted a street photo, and it had even caused a lot of discussion online. Hearing Chen Huan's words, she immediately tilted her head and harumphed. Then, she purposely pulled away and said to Lin Che, "Sister Che's street photos are very good. Sister Che, give us some experience." Lin Che raised his head. He didn't know why they were talking about him. She said, "I don't have much experience. I'm just wearing it casually." At the side, Chen Huan scoffed. The people at the side glared at Chen Huan, then continued to flatter Lin Che. "Are you comparing yourself to Lin Che? Does Lin Che even need street photos? The clothes at home are piled up like a mountain, right? We saw it the other day. Your husband said he would buy a row of clothes, and he did it without batting an eyelid. The house is filled with clothes, and they're all branded limited edition. Do you even need to specially choose? Just take any one of them out and it'll be fashionable." That's right. Besides, Sister Che's figure is so good. She looks good no matter what she wears. She doesn't even need to edit the photos. I saw it the other day. It was taken by a fan. Lin Che, don't you feel guilty after hearing so much of this flattery? They're making you sound like a goddess." Chen Huan stood up and said, "Isn't it just Dubai? I can't be bothered to go there." Chen Huan stood up and said, "Isn't it just Dubai? I can't even be bothered to go there. Seeing all of you so happy, I go shopping in Dubai once a month when I have nothing to do and I'm already sick of it. You guys are here thinking about buying bags and clothes, right? If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." "Hee, you make it sound like it's your home," one of the mothers couldn't help but mock. Chen Huan turned around, as if she had been waiting for this sentence. "Speaking of which, I really just bought a house in Dubai. Do you want to go over and stay there for a while?" That mother immediately stopped talking. She pursed her lips and sat down. Lin Che's horizons were broadened as he watched. He really didn't know how the final version of the show could be so harmonious. The editor had worked hard. However, Chen Huan had indeed earned quite a lot these few years. She was able to buy a house in Dubai. In the past 2 years, she had relied on the show to build up her reputation and accepted many advertisements, especially for children. There were a lot of them, and the price was high. It was possible for her to earn enough money to buy a few houses by relying on their duffet. As for the other mothers, although they were also celebrities, they were much worse off. If they weren't famous for their acting, they could only get paid for their films. Their pay was much lower than the income from advertisements. Looking at Chen Huan swaggering away, they all sneered. However, they had to admit that they were really jealous of her. They hoped that they could become more famous in this show, so that they could be like Chen Huan, able to buy houses all over the world. Chapter 1387. They boarded the plane and were about to land. It was not easy for them to walk with their children. Only when they got off the plane did they realize that there were a few other guests participating. Lin Che, Chen Huan. Everyone was surprised to see the other celebrities coming over together. Wow, there are so many people this time. Yeah, the production team spent a lot of money on this. He took a look and saw that another 4 or 5 people had arrived. However, none of them were celebrities with babies. There were young actresses and more experienced celebrities. Among them, Lin Che saw that he knew quite a few of them. Hello, everyone. We meet again. How can we meet here? The group of people was practically having a reunion meeting. After getting to know each other, they listened to the production team's mission. This time, everyone is traveling together to test your ability to survive in Dubai. Since there are so many of us, I hope everyone can cooperate and help take care of the children. Alright, our car is here to welcome everyone. Let's go to the hotel and rest for a while before moving on to the next task. However, at this moment, wow, there seems to be a lot of people outside. Are they fans here to welcome us? We have fans to welcome us this time. Of course, there are so many people from sea countries. There are so many of them in the world. Everyone was still wondering why there seemed to be a lot of people standing outside the airport. However, when they got closer, they realized that the people welcoming them were dressed very formally. They did not look like fans or Americans, because most of them were wearing military uniforms. Who is it? I don't think they are here to welcome us. They should be some important political figures at the airport. Everyone started guessing again. However, only Lin Che had a bad feeling when he saw the people's attire. As expected, a man wearing an Arabic-style checkered shirt and a white headscarf suddenly appeared in the crowd. The people in the back immediately separated and made way for the man in the middle. At the same time, they all saluted respectfully. Wow! Who is this? One of the mothers cried out in surprise. Another immediately followed suit. The eldest prince. The eldest prince of the royal family. Syed, Lin Che frowned as he watched Syed walk over with a beaming face. He stared at Lin Che and smiled as he raised his hand. Hey, you didn't even tell me that you were coming to Dubai? You're letting down your old friend. The crowd looked at Syed in astonishment as he turned to Lin Che. Lin Che took a deep breath, then took a step forward. I'm just here to work. Hello, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Everyone knew some English. When they saw Lin Che speaking in fluent English as if he was chatting with an old friend, they were even more surprised. Lin Che actually knew the first prince, the heir to the throne. The crown prince, who had just visited Country C, had left a deep impression on everyone. Those expensive gold elevators and things like that had shocked all of Country C's citizens. Only the golden royal family could think of such extravagance. However, the way Lin Che was talking to him now didn't have the slightest bit of restraint. Syed said, coincidence? No, I'm here to welcome you. Lin Che's brows furrowed imperceptibly. He smiled and raised his head. Since you're here, how could I not know? From the moment you entered, I already knew. Well, he was the crown prince after all. Lin Che said, thank you for making such a big fuss to welcome me. It's okay, a friend of the royal family deserves such treatment. Let's go. Don't go to where you're staying, stay in the palace. No, it's not convenient for me to go there with the child. There are people taking care of the child here. I'll stay in the hotel with the child. He lowered his head and looked at the child. Gu Xuan was still looking at him curiously. He smiled. Don't I have more people taking care of the child there? Lin Che said, of course there are more people in the palace, but we've signed a contract and we have to film at night. All right, I'm really working now. I hope you won't disturb me. Let's catch up after I'm done. Syed looked at the people behind him. Lin Che knew that he wouldn't dare to force him in front of so many people. Syed raised his eyebrows. All right, it's just a token of my sincerity to pick you up. Then, work hard and we'll catch up later. Syed had no choice but to bid farewell to Lin Che. He left with the majestic royal army. As usual, the crowd moved aside and let Syed leave first. Then, everyone followed him in an orderly manner and left the airport in a specific order. Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief when the entire airport relaxed. Behind them, the staff of the program team also relaxed. They thought they had seen something and thought they were in the news broadcast. Although they were in the field of TV shows and were more knowledgeable than ordinary people, they had never been involved in politics before. Someone immediately said, "Wow, Lin Che, you actually know the royal family?" Lin Che turned around and said simply, "I just know them. I haven't really interacted with them." "All right, I'm sorry for wasting everyone's time. Let's go." When they were outside, they didn't expect Syed to have a backup plan. "Miss Lin, the Crown Prince has sent a car to pick you up and send you to the hotel. Please accept the Crown Prince's kindness. It wouldn't be nice to reject him again." Although Lin Che was reluctant, he still nodded and agreed. The program team had prepared a sponsored car. However, seeing that it was the Crown Prince's car, they didn't dare to leave the Crown Prince's car empty, so they immediately gave up on the sponsored car and asked Lin Che to sit in the Bentley that the Crown Prince had sent. All of a sudden, Lin Che went to the hotel in his Bentley, while the rest of them went to the hotel in their sponsored cars. In the car, everyone looked at the Bentley in front of them and said, "Oh my God, how does Lin Che have such deep connections? He even knows the eldest prince. It's not strange. Lin Che is Mrs. Gu. She must have met Gu Jingza. It's so scary. I actually met the royal army and the real crown prince. Look, the treatment is so different. He's driving a Bentley and we're sitting in a stupid car." They got out of the car and entered the hotel. Everyone saw Cheng Huan coming over too. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect this. Didn't you say that you have a home here? Why didn't you go back to your home?" Cheng Huan turned around and glared at the person who said that. Another person said sarcastically, "Who said that we're good at flattering people? At least we don't like to brag. Is Lin Che really amazing? Look at Lin Che. He doesn't even say that he knows the crown prince here." Some people are different. They even brag about having a house. Chapter 1388. Cheng Huan had already walked inside. She pretended not to hear their conversation and went straight into the elevator. The weather in Dubai was very hot. The next day, the filming was still the same. When they returned to the hotel, Gu Xuan was so tired that he fell asleep. After a crazy day, Lin Che was also very tired. At night, the mothers ran over happily. "Lin Che, are you going out to buy something? The child is asleep." Just let someone look after him. Lin Che looked at them and said, "Okay, let's go together. I'll let someone look after Gu Shiwan too." Although it was said not to bring anyone to the program, everyone would usually bring a staff member with them. Lin Che brought even more people with him, both in the open and in the dark. Not to mention anything else, Dongzi had always been by his side. Now that he had Dongzi stay behind to look after the child, he could leave without worry. The group went out and passed by Qin Huan's room, but no one called her. They went straight to the shopping mall and began to shop. Women's purchasing power was predictable. After a round of shopping, they had already spent a lot of money and their hands were full. After shopping for a while, they were ready to go to another store to buy more. Because Lin Che's English was good, he was used as an interpreter and kept asking for directions. However, just as they arrived outside the mall, Lin Che saw a car parked at the side. He stopped unconsciously. Then, he saw that the person who got out of the car was none other than Gu Jingze. He had said that he would come back, but he had to settle some matters there and would only arrive later at night. Now that he was here, he had found Lin Che accurately. Lin Che smiled. When he saw Gu Jingze, he felt relieved. He was about to walk over when he remembered that he had other companions with him. Suddenly, the mothers saw Gu Jingze and recognized him immediately. They looked at him in surprise and looked at Gu Jingze's beauty greedily. After being envious for a while, they quickly said to Lin Che, "Hurry up and go. Since you're here, we won't hold you up anymore. Don't worry about us. We can go back even if we don't know English." Lin Che smiled apologetically. Seeing everyone's ambiguous gazes, his face burned slightly, and he hurriedly walked towards Gu Jingze. Under everyone's envious gaze, Lin Che got into Gu Jingze's car. Gu Jingze held her hand. "Let's go. I'll take you back first. Shi Yuan is asleep. I'll have someone look after him." "I know. I just came from there." Lin Che said, "There are still 2 more days of filming. What about you? What are you doing here?" "I'll deal with it after you leave." They went all the way back to the hotel. When they entered, they could see the staff at any time. When they saw Gu Jingze, they hurriedly stepped aside, but they still looked at them curiously. The next day, Lin Che continued filming. As expected, Gu Jingze went to do his own work. However, as soon as the filming ended, a car stopped at the entrance. Lin Che walked over and saw that the man was someone she knew. The steward of the palace. The employee was still protesting. "What kind of car is this? How can it come in so casually?" Someone quickly whispered, "It's the royal family's car. They have parking permits everywhere." The staff took a look and saw that it was a Ferrari. He hurriedly shut his mouth, only to see Lin Che walk straight over. "Miss Lin, the eldest prince invites you to attend a banquet in the palace." Everyone felt envious when they heard this. They were going to invite Lin Che to attend a banquet in the palace. How high-end! However, Lin Che frowned and said, "I told you, I'm here for work. Forget about the banquet. Mr. Gu is there too. Are you really not going? Work comes first." "I won't go," Lin Che insisted. The steward snorted, "All right then, it's too late to invite you. The prince said that you must go. If you don't get the invitation, we might have to use other methods." Then, Lin Che saw that the people behind them were slowly approaching with guns raised. Lin Che's eyes moved. He could only say, "All right, I'll get someone to send the child back. I'll go with you. All right, please. The steward smiled warmly and gestured for him to go. Lin Che could only get someone to send the child back. Along the way, she got into the royal family's car under everyone's surprised gazes. Lin Che is so awesome. He's going to the banquet in the palace. And the royal family came to fetch him personally. Cui Rui only went after a few tries. He's so arrogant. Look at him. He can act like a big shot even with the royal family, but he doesn't do anything in the entertainment industry. He's a real big shot. Lin Che watched anxiously as the car drove into the palace. Inside, Syed was already waiting for her impatiently. After Lin Che alighted from the car, she asked, "Where's the banquet?" Syed spread out his hands. "If you want, we can have our engagement banquet tomorrow." Haha. Lin Che couldn't help but say sarcastically, "What exactly do you see in me? I've already said that I'm married and have 2 children. There's no way we'll have anything to do with each other." Syed narrowed his eyes and looked at her. "I've never been unable to get what I want. Gu Jingze is no longer the Gu Jingze of the past. Do you think he still has the ability to snatch me away?" Lin Che snorted coldly. "I don't want to repeat this question. What are you trying to do now? Snatch me away? Force me? Do you think that you'll get me if you force me?" "No, of course not. But, after Gu Jingze dies, I will use more time to slowly obtain your body and mind." Lin Che's eyes twitched. Syed snapped his fingers. "Bring Miss Lin in to rest. There's going to be a good show these 2 days. You can take your time to enjoy it. When I become the ruler of this country, you'll become the queen. I don't believe that you'll be able to reject me then." Lin Che felt even more uneasy. What was this man trying to do? Had he gone crazy? On the other side, not long after Lin Che left, everyone saw that the road had been sealed off on the way back to the hotel. "What's going on there?" "I don't know. That's the road to the construction site. It's all sealed off. Maybe something happened there." "No way. Lin Che just went to the palace." This was not something that ordinary people could understand. Everyone could only see many people honking their horns and asking what was going on. However, at this moment, a group of fully armed people in military uniforms walked out one after another. Behind them, there were all kinds of soldiers with serious expressions on their faces. A few of them even saw armored vehicles passing by in the middle of the night. Only then did everyone realize that something had happened. Could it be that something had really happened? Oh my God, what should we do? Should we continue filming or return to China? It'll be terrible if the airport is sealed off and we can't go back. Sigh, it's a pity that Lin Che isn't here. Otherwise, he would definitely have news since he knows the royal family. Chapter 1389. Little did they know that Lin Che, who was in the royal family, couldn't even protect herself. She leaned against the wall and looked outside. The sky was getting darker, but the lights in the palace seemed to be getting brighter. A servant came in to deliver her food. Lin Che looked up and said, "Is there an army walking around outside?" The servant turned around immediately. "How? How do you know?" "Ah, no, nothing is happening outside." Lin Che looked outside. "How can I not hear the army outside? The sound of their boots is very obvious. It seems like it's very lively outside. Did something happen?" Haha, it's really lively tonight. The servant put down the food hurriedly. Please eat something. The prince will come to visit you later. I'm not eating. Take it out, Lin Che said coldly. No, you have to eat something. Hurry up and eat, or the prince will be angry. Lin Che looked at the food on the table and stood up. The food was very sumptuous, but Lin Che had no appetite at all. She directly pushed the things on the ground. The helper was startled. Miss Lin, Lin Che looked at her indifferently. What's wrong? I don't like it. Get out too. I get annoyed just looking at you. The servant looked at her aggrievedly. She was angry, but there was nothing she could do. Who asked the prince to take a fancy to her? Her eyes were filled with emotions. After a long while, she turned around and left. But when she turned around, she saw the prince behind her. Prince! The servant lowered her head and retreated to the side respectfully. Syed waved his hand. Even though he was at home, he wasn't wearing his casual clothes. It looked like he had just returned. He glanced at the trash on the floor and then at Lin Che. Why? You don't like it? I got a chef from Country C to make it. Lin Che looked up. The place isn't right. It has nothing to do with who made it. Ha! He sat down and held on to the back of the chair. What are you going to do? Me? I'm not going to do anything. I'll throw a tantrum if I'm unhappy. The women in Country C aren't like the women here. They know how to tolerate men. Our tempers are very bad, so you need to get used to it. Syed snorted. You're wrong. I like you because of your temper. Lin Che chuckled as he looked at him. This is just a momentary novelty, you won't be able to endure it for long. No, I have special leniency for you. He turned around and ordered the servant, give Miss Lin whatever she wants. She can throw a tantrum however she wants. I won't forgive anyone who dares to make Miss Lin unhappy. Yes, you, Lin Che looked at Syed. Syed chuckled, then turned around and left. Lin Che leaned against the wall, feeling very stifled. He thought for a moment, and when he saw the servants come over, he immediately lost his temper and said, Get out, all of you. I don't want to see anyone. With Syed's order, none of them dared to object. They quickly left. No one replied, making Lin Che feel bored. He got up and went out for a walk. It was indeed chaotic outside, and he had no idea what they were doing. Two of Syed's princesses were chatting as they walked over. They were dressed luxuriously and did not seem to be affected by the chaos outside. Lin Che thought for a moment and walked over. He brushed past the shoulder of one of the women and pulled the shawl on the woman's shoulder to the ground. He then stepped on it with one foot. The footprints were very obvious. Lin Che said arrogantly, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. But it's fine, I'll ask Syed to buy you a car next time. A hint of anger flashed across the woman's face. Lin Che said, Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you know? Syed said that everything here will belong to me once he becomes the king. I'll be the first consort, and you'll all be concubines. I don't like you, so I'll drive you out of the palace. The two princesses' expressions turned even uglier when they heard this. Impossible, Syed would never do that to us. We gave birth to his children. Lin Che snorted. He had seen many bitches, so it was easy for him to act like one. Then you really don't understand men. They will do anything to please a woman. If I say I don't want you, he won't want you. He just said that no matter what I do, he won't be angry. What do you think? Did he say something like that to you?" The two princesses looked at each other in disbelief. "How can a woman like you enter the palace?" "I did come in, Sayed let me in," Sayed said. "No, no, you're not a woman. How can a woman do that?" "But I can," Lin Che glanced at them arrogantly. The two women were terrified. You're a demon. You've bewitched Sayed's heart." "Ha, so what if I am?" Lin Che said to the servants, "Listen up, no one is allowed to tell the first prince about this. The first prince said that if you make me unhappy, you'll all die. Do you hear me?" The servants shuddered and looked at the princesses. They really did not dare to provoke Lin Che anymore. Lin Che harumphed. He brushed past the two princesses and walked over. The princesses were terrified. They said to each other, "What should we do? Is she even a woman? How can she do that?" Lin Che turned around and smiled fiercely. Soon, the two princesses returned to their rooms. She followed them. After a while, she said to the servants, "Which room is the princesses in?" The servants quickly told her. After a while, Lin Che found a princess. She entered the room and said, "You saw it. If I were here, you would all be in chaos." The princesses looked at her with a worried expression. "What do you want?" "We can't leave Sayed, or we'll die. We're the princesses. If we leave him, we won't be able to remarry. We'll be exiled." Lin Che said, "You can help me leave this place. Actually, I have my own children too, but Sayed insisted on marrying me. I miss my children too." The princesses looked at her. "If Sayed finds out, I'll die." "Yes, but if I stay, you'll be exiled. It's no different from death. Or, I'll make you feel worse than death." Lin Che's gaze was so evil that the princess's heart turned cold. After a while, she seemed to have made up her mind. "All right, I'll help you leave this place." Lin Che finally smiled. An hour later, the princesses opened up a tunnel. This leads to the outside. It's a special escape route in the palace. However, it hasn't been used for a long time. Moreover, there are guards outside. This is the only place I can find. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest." Lin Che said, "Thank you. You did the right thing. I'll leave first." Chapter 1390. She walked into the passage and went straight out without looking back. Indeed, there was no one in the passage. She was not worried that the princess would lie to her, because the princess definitely wanted her to leave this place and she would never want Sayed to catch her. Otherwise, it would be hard for the princess to deal with the situation if she told the princess that it was her who released Lin Che. Therefore, the princess would either let her go, or she would die. Lin Che felt that Sayed was such a pervert. If he really wanted to destroy her if he could not get her, she would be in trouble. Therefore, it was better to stake everything on one throw and see what kind of path the princess had given her. They walked out of the passage. As expected, the passage led to the outside. It seemed that the princess was an honest person. Perhaps it was because the men were too dominant here and the women did not have any opinions. Therefore, she was not that scary. She was still very simple. After walking out of the passage, there was no one outside. It was a desolate path, which did not match the prosperity of Dubai. After he went out, Lin Che immediately saw what seemed to be a sea of red light outside. It seemed that something had indeed happened in the palace. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat and she quickened her pace. In the palace. When Syed came back, he went straight into the palace to look for Lin Che. However, no one could tell where Lin Che was with the help of the servants. Syed asked, "Where is he?" A cold light swept across and the servants were scared out of their wits. "Prince, don't you know where he is? What did I tell you before? I told you to watch him." The servants immediately said, "Prince, you said that she can do whatever she wants, and we will, drag everyone in this room out." The servants were so scared that they shouted, "Prince! Prince, we..." Syed stood there and stopped the servant at the back. "Who was the last person you saw before she left?" It's Third Duchess, a few minutes later. The door of Third Duchess was pushed open. Third Duchess, who was standing by the dressing table, turned pale. Syed grabbed her neck and threw her to the ground. "You let Lin Che go?" The woman's expression changed as she cried out in pain, "Syed, why you can't do this to me? I gave birth to 2 children for you." Syed grunted. "I can't. If you can't find Lin Che, you'll be kicked out of the palace." Syed, she fell to the ground with tears streaming down her face. However, Syed had already walked out of the room without looking back. "Find her for me, no matter the price, but don't hurt a single hair on her." He was getting more and more interested in this woman. However, at this moment, outside, Lin Che heard the two of them talking. "I heard that the entire airport has been locked down. It seems like there is a problem in the palace. The airport is on lockdown. Then what should we do? Everyone is stranded outside the airport. No one is allowed to leave the country. I wonder how many people are trapped here. What on earth happened to be so serious? Who knows? Some people are guessing if there is something wrong with the old king. Could it be that the crown prince is going to be replaced? Haha, who knows? Isn't the elder prince the rightful heir to the throne? But it doesn't mean that the other princes don't stand a chance." Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. Did something really happen? She felt that she had to find Gu Jingza as soon as possible. But where was he now? Lin Che hailed a taxi and rushed to the hotel she was staying at. However, when she arrived at the entrance, she realized that the hotel had been locked down. She did not dare to go any closer. She saw people watching from the side, so she pulled one of them over and asked, "What happened inside? I booked this hotel. Can I stay here anymore? It seems that the elder prince's men have locked down the hotel. You can't stay here anymore. Those who went in can't come out." Syed, it seemed that Syed had left after discovering her presence. "Ah, do you know where the sea people who used to live there went? Country Sea? You mean that group? They should be at the airport. I heard that something happened to them and they wanted to return home, but they can't. The airport has been locked down." That was good. It seems that Syed was unable to hurt Gu Shiwan. However, as soon as the accident happened, Gu Shiwan should have been protected by her bodyguards. After confirming that the program crew had left, she quietly left the hotel and rushed to the airport. However, Gu Shiwan should not be at the airport. The security guards would not be so stupid as to go to a place where people could easily find her. If the security guards wanted to protect Gu Shiwan, they should have protected her to a place where no one could easily find her. Indeed, Syed's men did not find Gu Shiwan at the hotel, so they went straight to the airport. The airport was already in chaos. The people from the production team stayed there, and they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. What's going on? Isn't there any news from Country C? We can't go back. Won't they send someone to talk to us? Chen Huan was still screaming. The place looked chaotic and made people feel uneasy. They were afraid that something bad would happen. The crew could only comfort her. We've already contacted the embassy, but they need time. There are so many citizens of Country C here. They won't let you go back first just because you're a celebrity. Chen Huan felt that she was a celebrity in the eyes of ordinary people. She would be treated generously wherever she went, so she was used to it. However, when it came to a political matter like this, who cared if she was a celebrity or not? While the crew was still anxious, they saw people rushing over. When they saw that it was the army, they thought that someone had come to help. They stood up happily, only to realize that the people in front of them said, "Go and find out if Lin Che is here." In an instant, the leaders of the army came over and searched them. What are you doing? Let go, these are our things. What are you doing? Are you robbers? All of a sudden, everyone screamed. Although he didn't know what had happened, he heard some clues from the conversation of the people inside. They were saying, "How are we going to explain this to the older prince? But Lin Che isn't here. Then there's nothing we can do. Keep looking. Be careful. We can't hurt Miss Lin at all. It's really difficult." Everyone was even more surprised. Oh my God, the older prince's men are here to find Lin Che. What happened to Lin Che? Why are these people here to arrest him? Did she offend the older prince? Chapter 1391. That's strange. They came to welcome her personally yesterday and even invited her to the palace. Why did they suddenly send an army to look for her today? Who knows? The world of these people is not something that we can guess. Everyone suddenly realized that Lin Che's world might really be different from theirs. Chen Huan snorted. Seriously, is it because of her that we can't go back to China? Alright, what are you complaining about at this time? Everyone was tired and Chen Huan's complaints made them even more annoyed. Sigh, Lin Che is gone. Where's Gu Xuan? Why is he gone too? Then, someone realized that Lin Che had already disappeared. I saw a few people taking Gu Xuan away in the morning. I think they were Lin Che's people. They looked so nervous when they left. Maybe something really happened at that time and we didn't know about it. Sigh, these wealthy families are risky too. Looks like there's something going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. Everyone could only guess. Not long after, they saw the news on the television. The king had passed away this morning. The few of them were stunned again. The news said that the king had passed away and the successor had not been decided yet. Some people said that the eldest prince, Sayed, was definitely the successor. But others felt that the king already had someone he liked and had written his will for the third prince, Haman, to inherit the throne. But now, the royal family was discussing about it and the final outcome had not been announced yet. The people at the airport suddenly understood the reason for the sudden lockdown. So, something had really happened and it was not a small matter. The few people in the program team also started to understand something. What's going on now? Is there a real palace fight? It looks like the 9 princes are fighting for the throne. That's strange. What has this got to do with Lin Che? Yeah, why is Lin Che involved in the fight for the throne? Don't tell me he's involved in a political matter? That's too dangerous. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Following Lin Che was really dangerous. Who knew that they would encounter such a situation just because they were out for a program? Meanwhile, in the palace, Syed was still waiting there. He sat on the big chair with a gloomy expression on his face. He was fiddling with the gun in his hand. There was no one in the living room. Syed sat in the empty hall like a ghost. After an unknown period of time, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Your Highness, we've searched everywhere that Miss Lin could have gone, but we couldn't find her. Syed clenched his teeth. Fine, fine, run away now. First Prince. Then now, send someone to continue searching. But our people outside need to go and set up defenses. The third prince is coming at us aggressively. What will come will come. How many people did you deploy? Who should be the successor? Do you think he would dare to kill me? I'm the eldest prince after all, he can't do anything to me. Syed was stubborn. His men did not dare to say anything. They simply shook their heads and left. And outside, Haman looked at the people inside. Gu, you'd better not go in. It's too dangerous inside. We'll send someone in. If you go in yourself, I'll feel sorry for you if anything happens. Gu Jing's cold and sharp eyes stared into the room without blinking. No, I want to go in and see for myself. Maybe Lin Che isn't inside. But I won't give up just because of a maybe. This, Gu Jingza pushed him away. His exquisite face was etched with a deep and fierce expression. He loaded the gun in his hand, kicked the door open and walked in. The people behind him quickly followed him. They held their guns in front of them and looked at the people outside cautiously. A figure flashed past. However, the person behind him was not as fast as Gu Jingza. He shot forward and blood splattered everywhere. He was extremely focused. He had never been more focused than now. As he walked forward, he looked at the people in front of him with a bone-chilling gaze. Gu, don't be so rash. Some of them might not be Syed's men. Haman could only follow him. No matter who it is, those who stand in my way are my enemies. I have no way out and neither do you. Today, we can't make any mistakes. We have to be perfect. Haman stared at him blankly, unable to utter any words of consolation. Along the way, it was just as he had said. Those who stood in their way were all dead, no matter who they were or whose men they were. Until they reached the inside, Syed looked outside from the room. Are they already here? The people below were trembling. Yes, eldest prince. What should we do now? Syed snorted. Haman is so daring. He actually dared to kill someone. Eldest prince, it doesn't seem to be Haman. It's not. At this moment, the door was slammed open. The first person to enter was the Gu family's security guard with a blue badge. Syed stood in front of him with a gun in his hand. He was stunned for a moment before he saw Gu Jingza step in behind him. His body trembled as he looked at Gu Jingza in disbelief. It's him. Why did he say it was him? Gu Jingza swept a glance over. Lin Che is with you? Syed paused for a moment before he grinned. I was wondering why Haman had the guts to kill someone in the palace. So it's you. Gu Jingza continued, where's Lin Che? Syed laughed. But why is it you? Didn't you leave the Gu family? You're no longer the head of the Gu family. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. Where's Lin Che? Sayed stopped and looked at him coldly. No wonder Lin Che wouldn't follow me no matter what. He knew that you still had strength. You hid your strength and made everyone think that you couldn't make it after leaving the Gu family. But you helped Haman obtain all his wealth. Haha, you lied to everyone. Gu Jingze sneered and looked over. Where's Lin Che? Sayed shrugged. I don't know either. I gave her the most lenient treatment, but she ran away. Gu Jingze frowned and looked at him. By now, Haman had already rushed over from behind. Gu, you're too fast. Gu Jingze threw the gun to Haman. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to look for Lin Che. Haman was taken aback for a moment before he looked at Sayed. Good, very good. You knew that Gu Jingze did it on purpose. You've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? Sayed snorted. Haman smiled. It's not a good thing to be overconfident. It's even worse to underestimate your enemy. Even if Gu isn't the head of the Gu family, he's definitely the most powerful person. But you overestimated the ability of a family. Sayed narrowed his eyes. But you can't do anything to me. Yes, I won't kill you. You're still my brother. But after I become the king, you can't come back here anymore. Chapter 1392. For the sake of his reputation, Haman wouldn't kill Sayed. However, he had to expel him from this place. Sayed already knew that he was not going to die. At most, he would be banished from the world. However, he was so close. Just a little more and he would be the king. At this moment, he didn't know that Gu Jingze was helping Haman in secret. It was Gu Jingze's fault for hiding it too well. After such a long time of contemplation, it was truly terrifying. Outside, Lin Che saw that the streets were still in chaos. As she was rushing to the airport, she got off the car. Just as she was about to enter, she was suddenly stopped in front of her. Mississippi, Lin Che was shocked. She raised her head and saw Dongzi in front of her. Lin Che patted her chest. Dongzi, you're here. Dongzi hurriedly said, Miss, sorry for scaring you. Lin Che shook her head, where's Shuyuan? Little miss, everything has been arranged. Don't worry, everything will be fine. As soon as you left, we took little miss to a safe place to rest. When you left the palace, we discovered you. I followed you in secret and only came to find you when we reached a safe place. Lin Che understood and nodded, then Gu Jingze. Mister is fine too. Don't worry, I'll bring you there now. Alright, let's go. Her bodyguard had matured under the baptism of time and time again. Dongzi took her and soon arrived at a villa. Gu Jingze was at the door. Looking at Lin Che, he walked over. Lin Che threw himself into his arms. Gu Jingze hugged her and patted her back quietly, it's fine now. At this moment, they saw a row of soldiers walking in. Lin Che panicked. He raised his head and saw Haman, who was in his military uniform, smiling at Lin Che and Gu Jingze. Gu, Lin, you two are together. That's great, the palace is preparing. You can go and take a look. The late king's funeral will be held soon. It's also your coronation ceremony, right? Gu Jingze said. Haman smiled, yes. Gu Jingze shook his head and put an arm around Lin Che. No, we won't join in the fun. Now that you've become the king, everything will be perfect. It's time for me to return home. Hammond said with a regretful expression, "You've helped me so much. Aren't you going to stay and celebrate with me?" Gu Jingzi said, "There are too many disturbances. We prefer to rest in peace." When Hammond heard this, he shrugged his shoulders. "All right then, I'll send someone to send you off." Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che beside him, his eyes filled with warmth once again. Lin Che had just returned and saw that he had already received countless calls, including calls from the production team. Lin Che called back to the production crew. The staff member was very excited when he received Lin Che's call. "Lin Che, you finally contacted us. Where are you now? We're stuck here and can't go back. What do you think we should do?" Lin Che said, "Don't be anxious. Something happened here, so I think it'll start moving very soon." "Oh, that's good, that's good. Ask someone you know here. Otherwise, the local escort here won't be able to explain anything. We don't know what happened and we're all worried to death." Lin Che said, "I'll go take a look right now." "It's fine, it should be over." Lin Che put down the phone and told Gu Jingzi about it. Gu Jingzi said, "I'll get Hammond's men to fly you back to your country first. The airport won't be open for a while now. Things just ended. Many people who couldn't leave will leave with the crowd. Hammond will definitely be on guard. I reckon the airport won't be open for a while. It's not good for you to stay here for too long." Lin Che nodded. He would listen to him. When Lin Che rushed to the production crew, everyone was resting and waiting anxiously for news in the hotel. The television was on all the time, and everyone wanted to see if there was any news. However, there was no news on the television, making them even more anxious. At this moment, Lin Che arrived. The few people from the production crew immediately surrounded him. "Sister Che, you're finally back. Sister Che, what should we do now? Sister Che, do you have any news?" Lin Che said, "All right, don't be anxious. I've already asked. There will be a plane coming to take us back to our country tomorrow. Just get ready." Hearing Lin Che's words, everyone's hearts immediately calmed down. "Really? That's great. We're too impatient here. We're afraid that we won't be able to go back if we stay here." "Yeah, did something happen here?" Lin Che said, "We'll know in a few days. It's hard to say now. Anyway, it's fine as long as we can leave." Hearing this, everyone knew that it was probably a secret that couldn't be revealed. Lin Che was right. It was fine as long as they could leave now. It wouldn't be long before they went back anyway. They reckoned there would be clear news about what had happened here. Everyone was very happy to hear this news. At night, they prepared to pack everything. However, there were some who were doubtful. They felt that there wasn't any definite news. They said that there would be a plane coming to pick them up, but no one had seen the plane. Looking at the news, the few shows were still closed and no planes could pass through. Naturally, some people were worried whether Lin Che was speaking the truth or if she was just bragging. But the next day, there really was someone coming to pick them up and take them to the airport. Only then did everyone relax. When they reached the airport, Lin Che was there too. The airport lounge was already empty. However, there were many people waiting outside asking when they could leave. When the group of people entered, they really believed that they really had this special treatment. After all, the others could only wait outside and couldn't leave. Not long after, the staff came in and said to everyone, "Everyone can get ready to board the plane." "Ah, really? That's great. A few mothers looked at Lin Che. It's all thanks to you this time. Lin Che smiled. How could it be? I didn't do anything. Chen Huan harumphed. What do you mean it's all thanks to you? Maybe it's because of her. Lin Che turned around and glanced at her. Then, he heard a piece of news on the television. It was an obituary from the royal family. The old king had indeed passed away and the new king had been confirmed. Haman would inherit the throne. This was also the result of the old king's will and the participation and agreement of all the members of the royal family. Wow, so there's a coup going on these 2 days? It can't be. Was there a palace fight just now? That's why the airport was closed. Ha, we rushed too quickly. Chapter 1393. Someone looked at Chen Huan and said, See, you still want to blame it on Lin Che. It's not like Lin Che killed the king. That's right, everyone left because of this. We are considered special. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Haman was walking over with a group of people. He trusted the king and had just attended the inauguration ceremony. At this moment, he had a smile on his face as he appeared at the airport with his trusted ministers. Instantly, everyone looked left and right and whispered to each other. What's going on? What's going on? Seeing Haman walk in, Lin Che hurriedly put down the things in his hands and walked over. Your Majesty. Haman smiled as he personally extended his hand to pull up Lin Che, who was kneeling. All right, Lin, Gu didn't let me come but I still felt that I should send you off. After all, it has been hard on you guys this time. Lin Che's face was filled with unease. Thank you, I am really scared and overwhelmed by the favor. How could that be? No matter what my identity is, we are still friends. This time, Gu was willing to give up his position as the family head to help me get this position. I am really touched and admire his strategy. I was originally just a bastard son and didn't even have the right to know who my mother was. In terms of inheritance rights, I am the sixth. The reason why I am able to stand here is because of his meticulous planning. This incident happened so suddenly. If it wasn't for him, I might not have been able to handle it myself. Anyway, no matter what, you guys will always be my friends. Lin Che lowered his head. I am honored to be friends with you. The people behind didn't know what they were talking about, but they could see that the two of them were talking very intimately. Everyone looked on in fear, not daring to say a word. Finally, Haman smiled at everyone and said, This time, the royal family is gifting this private plane to everyone. I hope everyone has a safe journey. Because of the incident, we had to seal the airport and it brought everyone a bad experience. The next time you guys come, we will definitely welcome everyone warmly. Everyone took a look and realized that this was a private plane provided by the royal family. No wonder it was so special. Seeing Haman leave, everyone bowed at the back. After waiting for the large group to leave, Lin Che then replied, All right, everyone can board the plane now. We will see each other in the country. Aren't you coming with us? No, thanks. I'll go with Gu Jingza, Lin Che said. Everyone understood that they naturally had their own way of leaving this place. They were not ordinary people. Once the airport was sealed, they would not be able to leave. Coupled with his relationship with the royal family, it was only natural that he could leave whenever he wanted. The group was left with nothing but admiration for Lin Che. Seeing this, Chen Huan didn't dare to say a word. Everyone boarded the plane silently and watched it take off. Indeed, there was no one else on the plane except for the people from the production team. Everyone relaxed, and their moods became much better. Looking at Lin Che's life, it's really filled with passion. But it's also filled with danger. Sigh, they can't be compared. She is involved in the top secret. Even such a big matter is related to her. Yeah, I really can't imagine what kind of life they lead. It should be completely different from ours. Lin Che had indeed returned to Country C with Gu Jingza a while later. After getting off the plane, Country C was filled with news of Haman inheriting the throne. Naturally, there were no problems with Syed in the report, nor were there any traces of Gu Jingza. No one knew about the bloodshed over there. They only knew that the richest royal family now belonged to Haman. Lin Che returned home and felt extremely tired. He rested for a while before he could truly rest. At this moment, Yu Minmin heard that Lin Che had finally returned and hurried over to see him. What a coincidence! You guys just arrived and he passed away. Yu Minmin had already heard about this from Gu Jingming. Lin Che said, "Who knows? It seems like his health has been poor for a long time." Yu Minmin said, "You don't know. Recently, there have been rumors that Gu Jingza has his own secret army. The reason why he is hiding his strength is because he wants to help Haman inherit the throne." Lin Che was very calm. "Really?" Yu Minmin said, "You're really something. You don't even know what your husband has." Lin Che said, "I wouldn't understand even if you told me. I only know that I trust in all his decisions. He will definitely protect me. He will definitely protect me. Moreover, he has always been very powerful. Regardless of whether he is the head of the Gu family or not, he is still the most powerful person." Yu Minmin opened her mouth slightly. "I think you are really your husband's #1 fangirl. Look at how proud you are when you talk about your husband." Lin Che naturally turned his head away proudly. "Of course. My husband is very powerful. Yes, yes, yes. Your husband is the most powerful." Yu Minmin shook her head. She looked at this fangirl and said, "But he actually has a secret army. I really didn't expect it. I knew that he would leave the Gu family so easily. Does he think that the Gu family is becoming a burden to him? Anyway, he is already very powerful. Why should he let the Gu family have so many relatives and so many things to hold him back?" Lin Che said, "I haven't heard him mention this. Anyway, we just hope that things can settle down." Yu Minmin said, "Oh yes, Shuiyang has successfully won an award. It's still very popular. But you probably won't be able to see this news over there." "Really? Ah, that's great." Yu Minmin said, "This time, I hope that he can go further in Hollywood. Maybe he will be very suitable there. After a few more years, he will become another international superstar in Country C." Lin Che was full of confidence in him. Just then, Mu Firen came in from outside. Seeing that Lin Che had returned, she said, "You're finally back. Have you rested? How are you now?" "Now? I'm fine. I just feel a little tired." "You haven't rested much recently. Of course you're tired. Why don't we give ourselves a break and stop running around? Let's find a place to rest." "How do we find a place to rest?" Yu Minmin said. Mu Firen said, "It's my child's birthday in a few days. I want to find a place to celebrate with her. We don't have to be too extravagant. I think she will like to go out for a picnic. What do you think?" Lin Che said, it's Yunyun's birthday. Of course we have to celebrate. Lin Che had to prepare a small gift for Yunyun's birthday. At home, Lin Che was thinking about what to give her. What do you think of a dress? All young ladies like dresses. Lin Che asked Gu Jingze. Chapter 1394. Before Gu Jingze could answer, he received a call from Black Hawk. You know, Yunyun's birthday is coming. Yeah. What does it have to do with you? Okay. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just asking for Yunyun. What gift are you going to give her? What gift? Lin Che grabbed the clothes and said, I've already prepared it. I just want to know, as Mrs. Gu, what gift did you prepare for Yunyun? What did he mean by, as Mrs. Gu? What do you mean? Lin Che felt that something was wrong. Show us your sincerity. We don't want anything less. Don't think we're coaxing a child. Don't blame me if you don't give us something, Haiying said directly. Lin Che protested. Hey. How can you be like this? Asking for it directly? Ha, what do you mean? Are you really going to coax a child? Humph, let me tell you, don't even think about it. Really, I knew it. You and your wife are the most stingy. Let me tell you, I'll check on Yunyun tomorrow. Don't even think about touching my Yunyun. Hey, you, Lin Che was speechless. Gu Jingze laughed. Forget it. Yunyun is a grown-up now. She's your niece. Give her something good. Even if she doesn't need it now, it can be her dowry in the future. Lin Che leaned against the wall and spread his hands helplessly. Haiying is so calculative. He's already saving up for his daughter's dowry. Sigh, I'm curious. Why doesn't he save it himself? Why does he want us to help him? Gu Jingze thought for a while and said, I'll prepare the gift. In terms of money, Gu Jingze was naturally the one who spent it. Lin Che consciously gave the opportunity to him. Yunyun's birthday arrived soon. The few of them were called to the picnic that was supposed to be held. Lin Che took the two kids to a car. Before they left, he asked the servants to prepare some food suitable for a picnic. When they arrived at the meeting place, they saw Gu Jingming, Yu Minmin, Gu Jingyu, Lu Beichen, and Gu Jingyan were all there. Lin Che opened the car door and got out. Why are you all here? Lu Beichen squinted at Haiying. His eyes were obviously saying, what do you think? Lin Che looked at the black eagle, who had a roguish look on his face, and understood. It was the Black Hawk who got it. Black Hawk chuckled, raised his eyebrows, and said, let me tell you, prepare everything for me. Lu Beichen said, hey, is there anyone like you? Talking about money during a child's birthday is so hurtful. Black Hawk said, haha, what's wrong? Even if you haven't done anything, she's your niece by blood. You should give her something, right? Lu Beichen waved his hand. All right, I got it. She has such a greedy father. It's really a waste of such a cute girl like her. Hey, they're all related. Why did you drag me here? Gu Jingyu asked. Black Hawk looked at Gu Jingyu and said, what's wrong? My sister is married to your family. Aren't you all relatives? We're all relatives. Isn't it only right for you to do something? Gu Jingyu rolled his eyes. The Black Hawk said, of course, you don't have to give anything. Take this. Gu Jingyu looked over curiously and saw Black Hawk pass a photo to Gu Jingyu. It was Gu Jingyu's photo. Black Hawk had already prepared a pen. He threw it at Gu Jingyu and said, "Sign your name." "Right, to my beloved little fan, Yun Yun. Happy birthday to you." Gu Jingyu finally understood why he had brought him here no matter what. Lin Che followed behind and said, "It can't be. Yun Yun likes his divination." Black Hawk scratched his head. "I also said that it's not suitable for her. But girls really have the heart to chase idols from a young age." Lin Che couldn't help but want to laugh. However, although Yun Yun was still young, she had learned some things. It was understandable that she would start to like idols. However, it was really surprising that she liked Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu heard this and protested, "Hey, hey, hey. What do you mean? So what if you like me? Liking me means that you have good taste. Not bad, not bad. This is good. I didn't inherit your family's taste. Not bad, not bad. Unlike you and your sister who don't take me seriously. Learn from Yun Yun. You have good taste." Pfft, Lin Che and the Black Hawk snorted. At this moment, Mu Firen came with Yun Yun. She had imagined that she would only invite Lin Che and Yu Min to have a picnic together. However, when they arrived, she found a lot of people she knew and didn't know. She came down with a dumbfounded look and pulled Yun Yun along. When Yun Yun saw Gu Jingyu, she immediately called out in surprise, "Gu Jingyu." Then, she ran over with a blushing face and a racing heart, even forgetting her brother Nian. Mu Firen, on the other hand, looked around and said, "What's going on?" Everyone looked at Black Hawk in unison. Black Hawk smiled and walked over. He said, "It's a birthday celebration. It should be lively." But there was no need to trouble so many people. Why did Liu Beichen, Gu Jingming, and Gu Jingyu come? He Ying seemed to understand what she was thinking. He looked at her and said, "These are Yun Yun's relatives after all. Isn't it only right to give them something at this time? You don't have to feel pressured. This is definitely something they did voluntarily." Did they really do it willingly? Mu Firen could clearly see that everyone was looking at him with disdain when he said this. However, after hearing his words, Mu Firen realized that Yun Yun's relatives they were all very good. She didn't know who Yun Yun's biological father was before, but she didn't know. Now that she had confirmed that Yun Yun's father was Black Hawk, her circle of relatives would suddenly expand, and each of them would be bigger than the last. Mu Firen didn't expect this at the moment. Gu Jingzi said, "Okay, now that we're here, let's go." Black Hawk said, "Yes, yes. Let's go. Firen, come with me." However, Yun Yun had already blushed and said weakly, "Can I take brother Gu Jingyu's car?" Why did she call Gu Jingyu brother? Wasn't there a gap in seniority? Black Hawk said, "Hey, don't you want to sit with uncle?" In the past, Yun Yun would stick to him and wouldn't leave him. But now, she was sticking to Gu Jingyu and wouldn't leave him. Seeing this, Gu Jingyu said deliberately, "Okay, okay. Let's take this car and not ride with Uncle Black Hawk, right?" Black Hawk's face darkened. Yun Yun was still young, but he suddenly understood the feeling of a grown-up girl who couldn't control her father. Seeing Black Hawk's boss staring at Gu Jingyu unwillingly, as if he was so jealous that he wanted to beat someone up, Lin Che burst into laughter and said to Gu Jingzi, "I really think that whoever marries Yun Yun in the future and has a father-in-law like Black Hawk will be a tragedy." Chapter 1395. It was Mu Firen who chose the place for the outing. Originally, she just wanted to let a few familiar people go there to relax, but she didn't expect that Black Hawk would suddenly become like this. Mufirin felt embarrassed that so many young masters and presidents, as well as Mr. President, had come to such a small forest together. There was water flowing through the mountains. The scenery here was actually good, but it was a little too small in front of these people. In fact, no one cared about it. It was already a happy thing that they could be together. They just wanted to relax and didn't have any other intentions. They spread the blanket on the ground and put away the food and drinks. The sun was hanging slanting in the sky. Black Hawk looked at Lin Che and said directly, "Where's the birthday present? Don't hide it. It's time to give it to you." Lin Che rolled his eyes at him. "You're a money grubber." At this time, Gu Jingzi said from behind, "This vineyard is for her. She can go there to play in the future." He took out a piece of land deed. Black Hawk suspiciously pulled it over and examined it. It was a piece of land in Spain, and next to it was a good place for making wine. Black Hawk smiled with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. Yun Yun loves grapes the most." Haha, was this vineyard for grapes? It was such a big manor. Mufirin looked at it and felt it was a little scary. She said hurriedly, "What is this? For Yun Yun?" No, it's too expensive." Mufirin saw it was a vineyard. Yun Yun was so small. Why did he give her a vineyard? Black Hawk blocked Mufirin's hand and said casually, "This is a little gift from Lin Che. It's not good for you to refuse." Mufirin looked at Lin Che and said, "How can he give her such an expensive gift? No, Yun Yun can't accept it." Lin Che glared at Black Hawk and said to Mufirin, "Forget it. I watched Yun Yun grow up and she is no different from my daughter. It's good to give this to Yun Yun as a dowry." Lin Che was about to say something when Black Hawk said, "Forget it. It's nothing for them. Anyway, Gu Jingzi has many manors like this in Europe. You don't need to save money for him. Let's see what we can do for Yun Yun in the future." Mufirin glared at Haiying. This guy is really, the gifts given by the people below were still very expensive. Liu Beichen gave a mountain to Yun Yun. Gu Jingming gave him a luxurious limousine. Gu Jingyu said that she was a small-time performer and had no money, so she gave her a full set of limited edition dolls. Black Hawk was disgusted, especially when he saw how Yun Yun was clinging to Gu Jingyu and hugging the doll happily. Mufirin felt really embarrassed. She just stood there and didn't know what to do. Lin Che wondered if Mufirin would die of anger if she knew that Black Hawk had asked for gifts a week in advance. The group sat down, and someone brought over the barbecue grill that they had suggested. Everyone grilled meat, drank, and ate together. The Black Hawk said, "I really couldn't tell, Gu Jingzi. You even got involved in Hammond's matter. However, you really have a good eye for people. You actually took a fancy to him and not the first prince." Gu Jingzi said, "The first prince has a pure bloodline and has been the first in line to the throne since he was young. Naturally, he is arrogant and doesn't trust anyone. Dubai is an important place for trade. If he ascends the throne, I'm afraid that it will restrict us in the future." "But I don't know how well you've hidden your secrets," Black Hawk said, looking at him. Gu Jingzi ate leisurely. "There's still a lot you don't know. Hey, you should tell me." "Of course I have to keep my secrets. If you want to know, go find them yourself. If you can't find them, it's because you're not capable enough." "Hey, why are you like this? All right. Don't talk about power when we're out to play. Liu Beichen said, all right, let's eat quickly. Xiaoche, come and eat this. When are you coming to play at home? The old master misses you. Lin Che was not used to Liu Beichen's enthusiasm, so he said hurriedly, I've been too busy recently. I'll go when I'm free. Of course, he couldn't forget the birthday girl. Yun sat in the middle, blowing the cake and eating snacks. She was happy to see so many people celebrating her birthday. She really felt very happy. It was the first time she felt that a birthday was so lively. Before the birthday was over, Lin Che suddenly saw that there seemed to be someone taking pictures of a few people over there. He took a closer look and saw that there were indeed paparazzi following them. Lin Che said, seriously, they're not letting go of any opportunity. They're practically everywhere. Black Hawk immediately saw the person with the camera. He stood up immediately and said, hey, anyone dares to take pictures? See if Gu Jingze raised his head slightly. Forget it. If you want to take pictures, then go ahead. Are you ashamed? Hey, how could I be ashamed? I'm just saying that these people are too annoying. They even take pictures of me on my personal time. Mu Firen looked at them. She was already used to it. There are 3 poor actors here. Just bear with it for a while. The others saw this and sighed. Yeah, there were 3 big stars here. Gu Jingyu was here, Mu Firen was here, and Lin Che was also here. They had so many topics to talk about and were so popular. Of course, the paparazzi would follow them with all their might. Now that Gu Jingze was no longer under strict control, the paparazzi could take pictures of many things. They were overjoyed. They didn't care about these people anymore and continued to eat and drink. They played all the way until dusk before going back. When the paparazzi went back, they felt that they didn't know some of them and they knew some of them. They even felt that it was strange. Who were these people? They came to have fun together. After all, their families couldn't be simple. At this time, they still didn't know that once the news was published, they would be in big trouble. At first, they thought that only Gu Jingze would be difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, none of the people he took pictures of were easy to deal with. All of a sudden, this picture was reported on the internet the next day. The report showed that Gu Jingze took Lin Che to a picnic with his friends. Then, there were a few pictures in succession. Everyone naturally recognized Gu Jingyu, Mu Firen, and Gu Jingming. At first glance, they realized that these people were friends who could go out for a picnic with. The Gu brothers were also in the same frame. One was more handsome than the other, and one was more elegant than the other. People couldn't help but admire the Gu family's genes. All of a sudden, Black Hawk saw that his child's picture had also been exposed. The report also said that this was Mu Firen's daughter. He didn't know how Mu Firen could be so lucky to be able to bring her daughter out with so many powerful people after getting divorced. What do they mean by bringing their daughter out after getting divorced? Chapter 1396. He Ying was very annoyed. He immediately ordered his men to give the media a warning. What did you guys do? What did you write in that article? Mu Firen divorced and had a child? Change it. Didn't you censor the photo? The child's face was exposed. Take it down. The media was so scared that they quickly took down the photo and changed the story. They said that Mu Firen was reunited with his beautiful daughter and friends and that they were very happy. The media pulled the reporter up and said, "How did you take the photo? Why didn't you ask the people who took the photo? Do you know who you offended?" I think these children have been on TV before. They don't need to be censored. Who did I offend? I think I've flattered them. The man you took is Hae-ing. How could he know all the people who took the photo? The next day, another media came to him and asked him what he had taken. He had lost half of his head. They took a look and realized that it was Liu Beichen, the young master of Bicini that they couldn't afford to offend. Needless to say, the person next to him must be Mrs. Liu, Gu Jingyan. All of a sudden, the paparazzi felt depressed. They didn't know that these people were not to be trifled with. However, the value of the photo was too high. At the same time, some netizens had already started to dig up the photo on the internet. Look, look, look. Lin Che's social circle is really amazing. Gu Jingze, needless to say, Gu Jingming, the president, with his wife, Yu Minmin, Mu Firen, Gu Jingyu, and Gu Jingyan, the only daughter of the Gu family and the only female member of the family other than the three brothers. The low-key socialite of the Gu family is married to Liu Beichen, the first son of the Liu family. Liu Beichen is one of the few young masters in the capital. No one dares to offend him. He is the eldest son of the Liu family and the only heir of the Liu family. Sitting next to Mu Firen is Mo Jinyan, who has connections with both the legal and illegal underworld. He is nicknamed Black Eagle. He runs 80% of the nightclubs in the capital. In Asia, no one dares to claim to be the first. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. That Lin Che was following Gu Jingze. His social circle had suddenly become so high class. It was definitely something that other celebrities couldn't compare to even if they wanted to. However, at this time, other netizens began to feel jealous and said casually on the internet, "She really became a phoenix by leaping to the top. Look at this circle." No matter what, Mu Firen is a heavenly queen who relied on herself to get to the top. The others are also from prestigious families who have money and power. Lin Che is the only one who is nothing. After marrying a good man, she has become a high-class lady. Actually, it was Wu Yufei who was sitting in a dark corner in front of the computer. She stared at the photo with an evil look on her face and typed angrily. Why? Why was she so lucky to marry Gu Jingze? Then, her life became smooth and smooth. No matter what she did, she could do it so smoothly. And she had been compared to her by the company for so many years, but now she was completely defeated. In the past, there were still people who compared her with Lin Che. Now, Lin Che was getting more and more popular, and no one would compare her with Lin Che anymore. After she finished writing, her assistant came to ask her to go out. She closed her laptop and said to the person outside, "Got it. I'll be there soon. Why are you rushing me?" She went out and lit a cigarette. Liang Shan saw it and put out the cigarette. He said, "There are reporters outside. Be careful." Wu Yufei glared at him and ignored him. She quickly went to the car and prepared to go to the next announcement point. This time, because the place was close, she chose to take the high-speed train. She chose business class on the high-speed train. The ticket price was more expensive than the plane, but Wu Yufei didn't care. On the plane, Liang Shan followed her. She stood up impatiently. Liang Shan said, "Where are you going?" Wu Yufei said, "To the toilet." "Why?" Liang Shan said, "Don't go out and run around. The car is full of people." If they see your ugly face, we'll have to spend money to buy it back for you. Wu Yufei ignored him and went straight to the toilet. After sitting down, she took out a cigarette from her pocket. She lit it up and smoked. All of a sudden, the car's alarm went off. Ah, someone's smoking. The door opened. The stewardess saw Wu Yufei. You, Wu Yufei stood up immediately. What are you doing? Smoking is not allowed here. Look, the car alarm is going off. Wu Yufei frowned. What? Smoking is not allowed? I spent so much money to buy first class, and now I'm not even allowed to smoke. The stewardess said, this is for everyone's safety. This is the rule, then what are you doing now? The police have heard the alarm and are rushing over. And you'll definitely be fined for this. Fined? Wu Yufei looked at her. Don't tell me you don't know me. Do you know me? Wu Yufei? The stewardess knew her from the moment she got on the car. This has nothing to do with who you are. Wu Yufei frowned. Fine then. There's nothing else, right? You know who I am. Can't you make an exception for me? This is really, okay, I'll fine you. I'll pay. Just tell me how much it is. At this moment, someone had already seen the argument. Seeing that it was Wu Yufei, someone had already taken out his phone. At this moment, Liang Shan had also arrived. Seeing that Wu Yufei had actually quarreled with the stewardess, he quickly walked over. Yufei, what are you doing? Liang Shan pulled Wu Yufei over and hurriedly shouted to the people behind him, Okay, stop taking pictures. What are you doing? This is private, you can't take pictures. He even said to the stewardess, I'm sorry. She didn't know that it's not allowed. We'll pay and we'll fine. Please make an exception for this. We'll admit our mistakes and write a self-reflection. Liang Shan tidied things up for a long time before he pulled Wu Yufei back inside and scolded her, Wu Yufei, you've been too much recently. What are you doing? Look at Lin Che, he's never been caught in any scandals. Look at yourself now, how can you compare to Lin Che? When Wu Yufei heard Lin Che's name, she immediately raised her head and pushed Liang Shan away. Her eyes were red. Lin Che, if you like him, go ahead. I'll never become Lin Che in this lifetime. It's useless for you to be envious of him. With that, Wu Yufei ran out. Liang Shan stood there. This Wu Yufei. He couldn't keep her. Otherwise, if she was so disobedient, she would be a disaster sooner or later. Chapter 1397. After returning home, Wu Yufei continued searching on the internet. News about Lin Che was everywhere. Everyone was still envious of her life. Some people even exclaimed in admiration that a woman should be like Lin Che. She must have saved the Milky Way in her previous life. Wu Yufei snorted coldly and posted, Lin Che realized the value of life through marriage. The following post said that it seemed like there was really no need for a woman to struggle. Look at what she had gotten in exchange for her marriage. She turned from a carp to a phoenix. Mr. President, young Master Lu, and Gu Jingyu had all become her social circle. This was all because she had married into a good family. Looking at the process of her meeting Gu Jingzi, which Lin Che had never made public, who knew what method she had used to hook up with the high and mighty Gu Jingzi. She even compared Gu Jingzi's and Lin Che's backgrounds. The news that Lin Che was the illegitimate daughter of the Lin family was directly released. What kind of status did the Lin family have? What kind of status did Gu Jingze have? Such a comparison was indeed very surprising. They felt that Lin Che was too amazing. She was actually able to hook up with Gu Jingze. This was definitely a dramatic turn of Cinderella becoming a princess. Lin Che looked at the news on the internet. What's going on? Yu Minmin said, don't care about them. The TV series is going to be released soon. You should do your own thing. Don't care about this kind of speculation on the internet. Lin Che nodded. Recently, the TV series Celestial Greasy that he had filmed with Gu Jingze had finished editing and could enter the promotional period. Because it was going to be released, many TV stations were fighting to buy it. Panda TV also came to ask once, but because of the unhappy cooperation last time, Lin Che didn't want to air the TV series on their TV station again, so he found an excuse to decline. Lin Che glanced at the internet and didn't say anything else. In the afternoon, Lin Che went to the promotional event with the crew. Oh Lai followed along. When he was asked how he felt about working with Lin Che, Oh Lai hurriedly sucked up to her, saying, Sis Che's professionalism is indisputable. Moreover, every one of her dramas is well produced. I feel that this is very important. It allowed me to see how a good drama is made. Then in the crew, do you all know that Gu Jingze is here? When Oh Lai remembered that the man was Gu Jingze, he felt a chill down his spine. She also thought it was a pity that she had acted in the same drama with Gu Jingze. It was a pity that she didn't know it at that time. She didn't even say a word to him. She always felt sad when she looked at him. If he had told Gu Jingze, he would have gone to lick Gu Jingze's boots. What a pity! Oh Lai was still trying his best to flatter Gu Jingze when someone outside suddenly said, Gu Jingze just posted a long Weibo post. The people at the scene quickly clicked on it. Gu Jingze's Weibo post said, getting to know Lin Che was a mistake. We had a very strange interaction the first time we met. But when I was with her, it took a long time and we went through so many difficulties that ordinary people couldn't imagine to get together. Lin Che is the most precious person I have met in my life and she is my wife that I will definitely protect. No matter where I am, I have my principles. But when it comes to her, I don't care about my principles. I only care about her. So, if anyone still wants to challenge my bottom line, please continue. Such a domineering declaration was shocking to everyone. If it was anyone else who said, come and challenge my bottom line, everyone would think it was a joke. But when it came to Gu Jingze, the threat was absolutely naked. It was scary just thinking about it. It must be because people keep talking about Lin Che that Gu Jingze is unhappy. He's really a crazy wife protector. While everyone was still talking, the haters on the internet immediately started to criticize her. See? She still needs Gu Jingze's help. She doesn't dare to refute him because she doesn't have the confidence. At the end of the day, a pheasant is a pheasant. Even if it flies up to the branches, it won't become a phoenix. Then, something unexpected happened again. The eldest young master of the Lu family suddenly posted a video. I want to know who is talking about Lin Che's background. Doesn't anyone know that Lin Che is the eldest daughter of the Lu family? I, Lu Beichen, am Lin Che's biological brother. Although she has never told anyone about it in order to keep a low profile, those wild chickens can't just crow around and make a stain on Lin Che's low profile. Seriously, is it so important for two people to get married? Isn't it important for two people to want to get married and be together forever? What's wrong with these people's brains? They think that there's something wrong with two people's status. What era are you living in? Liu Beichen was indeed a straightforward boy. As expected of the tyrant of City B, he was so direct with his words. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. But then, Liu Beichen directly posted a DNA conclusion. The haters saw this and couldn't refute a word. They wanted to say that Liu Beichen was purposely helping Lin Che clear her name. But who would lie about their biological sister? Moreover, the person who said that was Liu Beichen. Behind them, Haiying saw this and immediately retorted. He didn't have a Weibo account, so he posted a string of curses on Twitter. Who said that Lin Che is his sister? Lin Che is my sister, okay? In an instant, this sentence caused a huge uproar. When Liu Beichen saw this, he immediately retorted, Mr. Mo, you are also a part of the Liu family. Whether you admit it or not, you are still a part of the Liu family. Haiying said directly, haha, my surname is Mo and Lin Che doesn't take the surname of the Liu family. Who cares about the Liu family? Liu Beichen said, fine, fine, fine. You know who your father is? Blood can't be changed. You can change your name and even your gender, but you can't change your blood. Even if you change your blood, you can't change the genes in your bones. So what? If you don't like it, you can go back to the furnace and be reborn. When these two tyrants started arguing, the others could only watch. No one dared to get involved. The two of them looked like they were bickering, but this bickering looked too childish. A netizen said, this kind of argument is like playing house. A real argument should be like how Gu Jingzi deals with his business rivals. He doesn't even have to say a word and the other person is already dead. So, netizens, stop arguing. They are arguing because they are biological brothers. No matter how much they scold, it will break their bones and connect their tendons. If you go and scold them, be careful of being pinned down. Everyone took a look and realized that he was right. The two of them were just cursing at each other because they couldn't fight and didn't want to. One of them was the young master of the Liu family and the other was the boss of the underworld. If they really wanted to fight, it would have been lively. Chapter 1398. However, everyone was shocked. Lin Che was Liu Beichen's sister? And at the same time, she was Black Eagle's sister? Then, what was their relationship? Moreover, after seeing the DNA report, everyone couldn't help but believe that it was true. There were too many things going on in the rich and powerful. It made many people confused. When Wu Yufei looked at all this on the computer, she was completely confused. She placed her hands there, thinking about what else she could say to curse Lin Che. But at this moment, the door suddenly opened. When Liang Shan saw Wu Yufei's computer screen, he was stunned. Then, as though he had a sudden realization, he walked in front of Wu Yufei and said, "It's you, Wu Yufei. You're really stupid. You just randomly stirred up this dispute and it made Lin Che's case even more attention. How can you be so stupid? Did all the artist training I did for you go to waste? These things should have been calculated by the Public Relations Department before they released the news. You just randomly released it. You're really stupid. Look at what you've done now. Alright, I don't want you to care about me. This is my private time and my personal matters have nothing to do with the company." Wu Yufei opened the door and walked out. Liang Shan looked at her with a dark expression and said, "Wu Yufei, come back here." If you dare to go out, the company won't care about your matters in the future. Ha! Wu Yufei turned around and gave him a disdainful look. She opened the door and got into her car and drove out. She was anxious along the way. She thought about Lin Che, the company, and the gazes of these people. She thought about the people online comparing the two of them from time to time. But now, the comparison was no longer a real comparison. It was all a blow to Wu Yufei. Some people were saying, look. In the past, people said that Wu Yufei was the next Lin Che. Now that they saw it, Lin Che wasn't an ordinary person. Wu Yufei was still far from him. Another person said, Wu Yufei's company even said that Wu Yufei has more potential than Lin Che. She even got the title of Best Actress. But actually, Lin Che couldn't be bothered with that title. Lin Che is someone who has won a Golden Award. Why would he care about being in Best Actress? Wu Yufei knew that all the bragging she had done in the past had now become a slap to her own face. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened. She narrowed her eyes and looked ahead. Suddenly, she heard someone yell, "Ah, the car is coming. Get out of the way." His eyes flickered, but it was too late. At the scene of the accident, a pregnant woman was lying on the ground with blood all over the ground. Wu Yufei, who got out of the Porsche, was dumbfounded when she saw the scene on the ground. The person next to them exclaimed, "Ah, the driver is Wu Yufei." Only then did Wu Yufei realize that she had bumped into someone. Moreover, this was still a public place. Everyone had already picked up their phones and started to take pictures. Wu Yufei was annoyed. Seeing everyone's expressions, she turned around and said, "What are you filming for? I've never seen it before." At this moment, the pregnant woman's family rushed over. "Ah, my child. You have to pay with your life." That person was probably the pregnant woman's mother-in-law. She immediately rushed over and grabbed Wu Yufei and shook her vigorously. Wu Yufei became even more frustrated. She looked at her and pushed her away. "Where did this shrew come from? How dare you touch me? Take your filthy hands away. I don't know which village this woman came from. Pay with your life? I just bumped into someone, I can't pay with my life." Humph, that person was pushed away. She lowered her head and hurriedly pulled the pregnant woman. "How is it? How is the child?" The person next to her scolded, "We called 120. All right, why are you asking about the child at this time? There's so much blood. It's good enough that the adult is fine. Ah, there's so much blood. My grandson. You have to pay with your life. Pay with your life." The woman started to cry on the ground. At this moment, the 120 and the police had already rushed over. When they saw that it was Wu Yufei, they were stunned. The police said, "What's going on? Let's go to the hospital first. We'll check what needs to be checked and do what needs to be done. This is a transportation hub. Move whatever needs to be moved." Wu Yufei glanced at the police and picked up the phone. "I'm going to call my insurance company and lawyer." "Wait a moment." The police said, "Sure, do whatever you want. But we definitely have to check your body. Let's go. We'll draw your blood to see if you're drunk driving." On the other side, the pregnant woman had already been carried away. Not long after, Wu Yufei was also brought to the hospital by the police. When the woman heard that Wu Yufei was a celebrity, everyone started to persuade her. They said that the child was definitely going to die. The the adult was still in the emergency room and that this person was a celebrity. They wanted her to quickly ask for more money. She thought about it and hurried over. Seeing that Wu Yufei was still drawing her blood, she walked over and said, "Io, my grandson can't make it. You have to pay with your life now." Wu Yufei looked at her arrogantly. "Ha, if you want to pay with your life, I don't think that'll happen. Ha, it's only right to pay with one's life. Otherwise, you have to pay me. You're so famous. If this gets out of hand, I won't do anything but you'll probably be finished." Wu Yufei couldn't be bothered with her. She picked up a cigarette and lit it up. "Wait for my management company to come. You can talk to them about this." The doctor looked and frowned. "You can't smoke here. You can't smoke. Pinch it off." By then, the management company had already received the news but no one came. Wu Yufei waited there for a long time. The police had already started to rush her. "All right, are you leaving or not? Let's go. It's time to go to the police station." "No, I have to wait for the management company to come." "What management company? You don't have anyone here and neither does your lawyer. Let's go and talk to them. Let's not affect the hospital's treatment here." Wu Yufei said, "Hey, you know who I am, right? The impact of my matter isn't like that of a normal citizen. Do you know how big of an impact I'll have if I go out? If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense." The police harumphed. "I don't care who you are. You're a celebrity and you have to obey the law. Take her away. Let me go. Let me go." The police had wanted to give her a special treatment because she was a celebrity. However, Wu Yufei's attitude was too arrogant. It was annoying. She looked down on others and was high and mighty. It was as if a celebrity was a cut above others. It was even more annoying. Hence, they purposely treated her harshly. Once she went out, Wu Yufei's vision went dark. Many reporters were watching and their cameras were filming. "Wu Yufei, is it true that you killed a pregnant woman? Wu Yufei, did you drink and drive? Is it true that you insulted the injured person?" Wu Yufei's head was about to explode. At that moment, she could only quickly enter the police car under the protection of the police. Chapter 1399. On the other side, the TV had already started broadcasting the news. It said that Wu Yufei had killed someone with her Porsche, insulted the victim at the scene, and acted like a big shot in the hospital. Yu Minmin looked at the news and didn't see any PR. She said to Lin Che, "This girl is ruined." Lin Che said, "Did their company give up? Why didn't they say anything? Liang Shan is that kind of person." Lin Che shook his head. "It's her own luck. She used to be very timid. I don't know what happened to her recently." Yu Minmin said, "All right, don't worry about her. You're going to a fashion party this week. Remember to wear the most fashionable clothes in your house." A fashion party was a party held by a big company that came to the country to advertise. They would invite some local celebrities to the party. There would be a lot of media visits. If the celebrities were fashionable, they would be on the headlines and might even be laughed at. Many artists were proud to be invited. It seemed that being invited meant that the big shot had a good impression of them and that the big shot felt that they were famous. Lin Che would definitely be invited. She had been so popular recently. If she wasn't a big shot, Yu Minmin wouldn't have invited her. Coincidentally, the TV series was about to air, so he accepted the job for her early. Lin Che went home and looked for clothes for a long time. Seeing Gu Jingza, she said calmly, "What's this? A Chanel invitation?" "Yes, I do." "You're going?" "I'm going." "Isn't the TV series being promoted?" Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingza. "I'm choosing clothes." "Which one do you think looks better?" "I'll take this one." Gu Jingza handed her a white dress. Lin Che was already dazzled. Although she felt that this matter was relatively simple, she immediately accepted it since someone could give her a suggestion. The day of the ceremony arrived quickly. Lin Che hadn't arrived yet. Those who arrived had already heard that Lin Che would be there tonight. The big brand had specially prepared a separate seat for Lin Che. It was obvious that they were very happy that Lin Che had agreed. In order to attend this fashion cocktail party, everyone was dressed very specially. "Hey, look, she's wearing the latest Chanel. Look, it's Chloe's latest model. I haven't been able to buy it recently. Isn't that an LV shawl?" Everyone looked at each other, looking at each other's clothes with contempt and envy. At this moment, Lin Che arrived. Seeing the reporters and manufacturers walk over, everyone knew Lin Che had arrived. "Look at how happy those manufacturers are. Hee hee, why don't they go out to welcome us? Are you Mrs. Gu? Is your husband Gu Jingza?" At this moment, Lin Che walked in. Everyone looked at Lin Che's white attire. It was simple and elegant, but there was nothing special about it. Compared to everyone else's uniqueness, Lin Che seemed much more ordinary. Everyone scoffed when they saw it. "Look, what's wrong with Lin Che? He's too arrogant. Does he look down on Chanel? Why is he so dismissive? Maybe he just wants to be special." How could Lin Che know that no matter how he appeared, he would always be the center of attention and the subject of discussion? This had nothing to do with what he wanted to do, but was related to his current status. Everyone was looking at her with mocking eyes, but at this moment, "Mr. Gu is here." At this time, everyone saw Gu Jingza, accompanied by the president of the Asia Pacific, walking in gracefully. Gu Jingza's sudden arrival was surprising, but Gu Jingza was Gu Jingza after all. He was accompanied by the CEO of Asia Pacific. While everyone was feeling envious, Lin Che had already raised her head and looked at Gu Jingza in surprise. Gu Jingza smiled and waved at her. "What are you looking at? Come here." Lin Che hurriedly walked over. "Ah, why are you here?" Gu Jingza said, "I was invited." The CEO looked at the two of them. "Oh, it's our honor to have the two of you attend our cocktail party together. Wow, your clothes really match each other. Did you match them on purpose?" Lin Che lowered her head and looked at herself. She was wearing white with a little black trim. Gu Jingza, on the other hand, was wearing black with a little white trim. It would be strange if this wasn't a couple's outfit. At this time, everyone had also noticed that the clothes on the two of them were very obvious. Furthermore, when Lin Che was alone, his clothes weren't that obvious. It was only when the two of them stood together that they became so different. Whether it was the cut of their clothes or the color combination, they all seemed so symmetrical, as if they were made by nature, causing people to exclaim in admiration. The disdainful gazes turned into amazement. Under the lights, the two of them suddenly became the center of attention. The media also started to brag about their matching attire. Whether it was artistic or aesthetic, it could be said to be the best design of the day. Everyone looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che enviously. Until the party ended, the two of them were surrounded by people. At this time, the media kept reporting about Gu Jingze and Lin Che appearing together in a couple's outfit to show off. Gu Jingze and Lin Che walked out together. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, "You did it on purpose, didn't you? That's why you made me wear this the other day." Gu Jingze smiled and stroked her hair. He took the opportunity to kiss her lightly on the lips. "You prefer to keep a low profile," Gu Jingze said. Gu Jingze said, "But I also want everyone to know that I'm with you." Lin Che looked at him gently. He lowered his head and kissed her on the lips again, tossing and turning. When Wu Yufei arrived, she saw such a scene. At first glance, she saw the two of them kissing as if it was their first love. It was so pure and sweet. Wu Yufei's heart was really a little envious when she saw it. However, she didn't come here today to be envious of him. "Lin Che," Wu Yufei called and walked towards the two of them. The two of them, who had been disturbed by Wu Yufei, slowly separated. Gu Jingze looked at her and frowned because she had disturbed him. When Lin Che saw that the person who came was Wu Yufei, he was a little surprised too. "Wu Yufei?" Wu Yufei walked over. It had only been a few days, but she had lost a lot of weight and looked very haggard. "Lin Che, please help me. I don't know what to do. I have no experience and I don't have a background. I don't know what to do now. Liang Shan, that beast, after using me, he doesn't want me anymore. Now they want me to fend for myself, but I don't want to be frozen like this." Chapter 1400. Lin Che looked at Wu Yufei and said, "All right, don't be anxious. Take your time and tell me what happened." Wu Yufei cried as she looked at Lin Che. Lin Che first pulled Wu Yufei to a nearby cafe to talk. After clearing the place of people, Wu Yufei shed tears as she recounted what had happened. Lin Che had seen the news about Wu Yufei a long time ago, and he had been wondering why Starlight didn't have any PR. But who would have thought that when Xing Hui said that he would ban someone, he would really do it just like that? Wu Yufei said, crying, "From the start, I didn't want the company to compare me to you. Back then, Sis Che was already a popular movie star, and I was just a newcomer. But the company said that I had to do this for my development. I was just a newcomer, and didn't have any right to speak. What image? Wasn't it all created by them? I could only listen and watch. Even during interviews, I would be scolded if I said anything wrong." Of course, Lin Che knew about this kind of situation. In the entertainment industry, this kind of situation was countless. Wu Yufei was just one of the typical examples. In order to create an artist's image, the company that created stars would cover up the artist's true nature and impose his or her personality on it, as if they really wanted to create such a doll. The person they wanted to portray had to conform to the script that the company had created for them. There couldn't be any deviation. For example, there was an artist who had a great sense of humor and was very talkative, yet he had to pretend to be cold and aloof. There were also girls who were originally very down-to-earth, yet they had to be portrayed as goddesses, unable to reveal any of their true nature. Wu Yufei said, "I'm very worried, but for the sake of being popular, I really didn't dare to say anything to the company. All these years, I've been very depressed. I don't want to compare myself to you at all, but the company won't listen to me at all. Now that I'm useless, they're going to throw me away. This time, I got into a car accident, that's right, I deserved it. But the company took this opportunity to break off the contract with me and even said that they want me to compensate them for their losses. They just want to squeeze out all my value and take back all the money that I've worked so hard for all these years. They're practically vampires, taking advantage of the car accident to say that I breached the contract first. I really can't accept this. I've been used by them for so many years, and now I'm being kicked aside like a piece of trash, but they haven't suffered any losses at all. Lin Che looked at Wu Yufei and looked ahead calmly. Wu Yufei said, as long as you're willing to help me, I'll tell you all about the shady dealings in Xinghui. Xinghui is especially shady. All these years, their family has been the most shady. Really, you don't even know about it. Including the matter of you and Mr. Gu being exposed, it was all orchestrated by Liang Shan. Lin Che looked at her and said, of course I know all of this. Wu Yufei, I've never been pretentious with you. Why did you suddenly come to find me? Wu Yufei lowered her head and said, because I know you and Xinghui have always been enemies. Plus, in the current industry, apart from you, no one else has the ability to deal with Xinghui. Plus, Sis Che, I feel like you've always been a savior. You've saved a lot of people. I feel like you're the only one who can help me. If even you can't, then I can only watch helplessly as Xinghui destroys me. As for Xinghui, they earn our hard-earned money for nothing and treat us like tools. Lin Che sighed and looked at Wu Yufei. Under the pressure of the entertainment industry, many artists became more and more irritable under the pressure of the management companies. This was because the image that the companies created for them was too good, too clean, and it triggered the rebellious mentality of these artists. And some artists, like Wu Yufei, were so obedient in the beginning and only wanted to be famous. From nothing, they became famous after being chosen by the company. The feeling of becoming famous overnight made them feel even more pressured. Before they could fully accept it, they had already become celebrities. The contrast was too great, and it changed their minds even more. Lin Che said, all right, you can go back first. I need to think about this. Wu Yufei looked at him as if she was clutching at a life-saving straw. I just want to take revenge on Xinghui. I don't want anything else. Lin Che watched Wu Yufei leave, then called Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, what Liang Shan did was indeed very immoral. Wu Yufei was ruined by him, but now that he has ruined her, he wants to find an excuse to get rid of her. He can't control himself anymore, and he doesn't want her to be poached by other companies. Sigh. Then what should we do now? Although Wu Yufei has made a huge mistake, she is really a typical artist who has been used by the entertainment industry. I don't want to see Liang Shan succeed again. It makes people very angry. This Xing who has been going against us for so many years, and I have long been unhappy with Liang Shan. So you want to help Wu Yufei? Since she has begged us, I still want to help her, Yu Minmin said. I will ask the public relations department to pay attention to it. That's good. Yu Minmin was obviously better at this kind of thing. Before Yu Minmin hung up the phone, she laughed and said to Lin Che, oh yes, you and your husband were really good at showing off the dogs tonight. The news of your appearance is all over the internet. Wasn't it Gu Jingze who did it? It had nothing to do with her. Yu Minmin hung up the phone with a smile and started to work on the other side. The public relations department of Lin Che's company was also becoming more and more famous in the industry. Over the years, she had trained her ability to adapt to emergencies and was very strong. She was a role model in the industry. At this moment, seeing Wu Yufei's scandals and negativity flying everywhere, she shook her head. This Liang Shan was really ruthless. But it wasn't that there was no other way. Yu Minmin immediately played the pity card for Wu Yufei. She asked the marketing account to post the reason why Wu Yufei got into a car accident that day. Because she found out that she was going to be abandoned by the company, she got into a car accident in a daze and was immediately thrown away by the company like garbage. Then, she directly posted the unspoken rule of the entertainment industry. She wanted everyone to see how many celebrities had been tarnished, frozen, and betrayed by the company over the years. Wu Yufei was just one of them. And she was definitely not the last one. On the other side, Liang Shan suddenly saw that some marketing account had started to clear Wu Yufei's name. He immediately thought that maybe Wu Yufei had someone secretly helping her. At this time, Xinghui was already one of the top companies in the industry. There were really not many companies that dared to go against Xinghui. No, there was one. Lin Che's studio had always been in an undefeated position in the industry. Because their family's studio had almost never failed before. Every single time, they were able to emerge victorious from a dangerous situation. After so many years of being independent and standing firm, their status was getting higher and higher. In today's entertainment industry, if there was anyone who dared to go against Xinghui, it would be Lin Che. Chapter 1401. Could it be that Wu Yufei had suddenly become smart and found Lin Che? Liang Shan thought angrily. This Wu Yufei really didn't know how to be grateful. He had groomed her from a small celebrity and now she was biting the hand that fed her. During the company meeting, a few of the CEOs brought it up. Liang Shan, that's your artist. You didn't handle it well. Artists nowadays aren't as easy to manage as they used to be. Moreover, there are so many media outlets, fans, and netizens. You can't be the same as before. People nowadays talk about power and respect, understand? Liang Shan said, I found out that it seems to be related to another company purposely suppressing us. What other company? Lin Che's studio. After Liang Shan said that, no one dared to speak. Everyone looked at each other. In an instant, the temperature in the room dropped by a few degrees. How did you offend them? You should have said so earlier and treated them better. Now it's all good, one of the CEOs said. In the past, they didn't know that Lin Che was Mrs. Gu. Now that they knew, they didn't dare to fight back. Liang Shan said, it's not that we can't deal with her now. Even if she's Mrs. Gu, now that it's public, she won't dare to use her husband's resources. Otherwise, people will say that she relies on her husband. She still hates this, so, alright, how do you know what her background is? You don't know how powerful and heartless Gu Jingze is. We've asked around. A few families disappeared without a trace. It's said that it has something to do with him. But now, you don't have to worry about this. I don't want to offend Gu Jingze because of an artist. Liang Shan was suppressed. Even though he was one of the top managers in the industry, he was still working for someone else. He couldn't be a CEO himself. He was very unhappy to be suppressed like this. He looked outside and saw that Wu Yufei's photo was still hanging in a prominent position in the company. He had taken a liking to her because he felt that she had no background and was easy to control. Now, she actually dared to ask Lin Che to deal with him. At night, Wu Yufei left the convenience store and ate instant noodles at home for a few days. Her assistant had already returned to the company and was no longer helping her. She didn't want to see anyone now. The ups and downs of life seemed to have been experienced overnight. At first, no one was interested in her. Then, she became famous overnight. Now, she was once again at the lowest point of her life. She really felt like she was dreaming. It was so unreal. Back then, when she became famous overnight, she felt that it was all a dream. After she accepted it, she began to squander her life. But now, in a single night, everything was gone. All the years that had passed seemed unreal. At this moment, she didn't want to do anything. She just wanted to quietly stay in her room, watch television, eat, and play games. At the end of the day, he was unwilling to accept this reality. However, just as he reached the door and was about to enter with the key, he was pulled back by someone. "Ah, who are you? What are you doing?" Wu Yufei screamed all the way as she was stuffed into the car. She brought them to a place and came down. Only then did she see Liang Shan sitting on a chair, looking at Wu Yufei. "Brother. Brother Liang, ha, now you know to call me Brother Liang. What will you call me when you go to Lin Che's place?" Wu Yufei was stunned. He knew. You've already ruined me. What else do you want? What else? You call that ruined? You're really naive. Wu Yufei, you deserve all of this. I told you to be obedient, so you did. You're not obedient, and now you're blaming me for abandoning you? Now, you have to take a good look at what kind of person I am. After so many years, you still haven't completely understood me, right? Liang Shan asked them to come forward. Wu Yufei looked at the burly men and her heart skipped a beat. What? What do you want, Liang Shan? How dare you, haha, why wouldn't I dare? Do you really think that you're still the popular Wu Yufei? Ah, no, you're the popular Wu Yufei. Do you dare to tell others what happened to you? If you dare to say it, I'll dare to let all the men see you. Think about that title, how attractive it is. Popular celebrity Wu Yufei on other people's group. Ha 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 ha. You, screams could be heard, but no one felt pity for them. Liang Shan immediately posted his comments on the internet. I don't know who's trying to ruin my relationship with my artist. Wu Yufei is currently at home reflecting on her actions because of the car accident. She's also resting at home. Who's trying to ruin my company's image? I haven't offended anyone in the industry. If there's a possibility, there are only a few competitors. We can compete fairly and not rely on public opinion to oppress others. When Yu Minmin saw this, he thought, what are they playing? The subordinate immediately said, Sister Yu, we can't contact Wu Yufei now. Did she change her mind at the last minute? Yu Minmin rubbed her chin. It's not impossible. Without me, Liang Shan won't come out and say anything. He'll just keep a low profile. I told you that these people are unreliable. We agreed to help her, but she went back on her word. Yu Minmin snorted, do you think we're easy to fool? Find him, immediately. Yes. It was a piece of cake for them to find someone. However, Lin Che looked at the place where Wu Yufei was hiding and felt a little strange. Isn't this the address that Wu Yufei provided? What's wrong with her? Did she suddenly change her mind because she was threatened? Yu Minmin said, or maybe she was threatened. Liang Shan has worked with her for so many years and probably knows a lot about her. She's really naive to think that we're easy to fool. Lin Che said, let's go up and take a look. Okay. The two of them went up and knocked on the door, but there was no response. Lin Che said, Wu Yufei, I know you're inside. Do you want to open the door yourself or do you want us to barge in? You choose. There was still no response. Lin Che gave Dongzi a look. Dongzi took out a tool and placed it by the door. He moved it and the door lock was opened. This was a master key that most people wouldn't have. It could open a normal lock in an instant and a specially treated lock could be opened quickly with a little effort. The door opened and the few of them walked in. Who? You, don't come in, Wu Yufei's trembling voice entered his ears. Lin Che frowned and felt that it was strange. He took a look and saw Wu Yufei curled up inside. Her body was messy and her clothes were in a mess. Lin Che's expression changed. He walked over and asked, What's wrong with you? Wu Yufei raised her head. You. It's you. How did you find me? No one in Liangshan knows. Chapter 1402. Yu Minmin said, to us, there's no one in B city or country C that we can't find. Wu Yufei looked at the people behind Lin Che and immediately understood. Liangshan really treated them like ordinary people. Lin Che said, all right, tell me what's going on first. Wu Yufei suddenly burst into tears and covered her face. Actually, there was no need to say anything. After hearing Wu Yufei's words, Yu Minmin said angrily, he's breaking the law. Ha, he really doesn't want to live anymore. Wu Yufei hurriedly said, what are you going to do? I don't want to. I don't want anyone to know. I don't want to. Yu Minmin said, Wu Yufei, you're already in this state. Why are you still thinking about this? Wu Yufei looked at Yu Minmin and said, I'm from a small family. My family are all ordinary people. They're very happy that I'm famous. They feel that there's a celebrity in their family. Wu Yufei's words made Yu Minmin slowly stop. Wu Yufei's face was pale. Her face was full of self-mockery and she said, all these years, people have always said that I'm the most successful in my family. Because of me, my family lives in a big house and has a lot of face in my hometown. Every time I see them, I feel that no matter what I do, it's all worth it. At least, my hard work makes other people happy, right? She started sobbing. Tears flowed through the gaps between her fingers and she said, if people see my video, if people find out about my situation, how will my parents be able to face them? I might as well die. Why do I have to go out and meet people? This kind of thinking was really despairing. However, as women, they could understand. Women were always weak in this aspect. Outsiders said that they should stand up bravely, but they never thought about the consequences of being brave. Yes, there would always be brave people who sacrificed themselves to ensure that the bad guys would be punished. It was a sacrifice. It was a sacrifice. And there would always be some people who they didn't dare to sacrifice. Most girls did not dare to sacrifice themselves, and they should be understood. Other people were not involved, so they would never know what kind of pain they would face. Lin Che said, all right, if you don't want to, we won't announce it to the public. But now that you're on our side, you have to trust us. Even if no one else knows about this, we have a way to solve it. But the key is that you have to stand on our side. Why are you afraid of him? He's just Liangshan. When you looked for me, didn't you say that only I can help you deal with him? Wu Yufei looked up. Can you really deal with him if you don't announce it? Of course. Plus, with his face, he can forget about ever appearing in the entertainment industry again. He's the black sheep of the entertainment industry. It's because of the existence of people like him that the industry has become so scary. Since he wants to use extreme methods, then I won't be polite with him. If he's heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. Wu Yufei looked at Lin Che, and all of a sudden, she retracted her tears. It was as if Lin Che had suddenly become extremely tall and mighty, as if he could do anything. I'll listen to you. Wu Yufei nodded vigorously and said, Over there. Liang Shan was drinking there. Humph, that little girl, Wu Yufei, still wants to fight with me. Does she really think that I can't deal with her? I know her weakness is the best. I'm holding this right now. Let's see if she still dares to make a comeback. Previously, she fought against me, but now, isn't she obediently staying at my place and not daring to come out? The person sitting at the side ate some melon seeds and said, Where is she hiding? Don't let Lin Che find her. That place was bought under someone else's name. No one knows that I have such a place. That's good. Brother Liang, don't say that you're really good. This industry is really filled to the brim with courage and angered the timid to death. That's true. Come, let's take a look. That little girl, Wu Yufei, is quite pretty. Look at that figure. Ha 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 ha, I'll let you watch this video. Don't spread it. Hee hee, of course. Sigh, if only I could sleep with this person for a while. What's the point of just watching a video? You can think about it too. With this, in the future, whoever I ask her to serve, she'll still have to serve me. However, just as the two of them gathered together and wanted to watch the video, suddenly, someone barged in. The person who kicked the door open and came in directly shocked the two people inside. Liang Shan even dropped his phone on the ground. Hey, who are you guys? How dare you come here? What are you doing? Get lost. Hey, where's the security? I'm a VIP here, Liang Shan shouted. The person outside snorted. Do you know whose place this is? A VIP here? You've offended Black Hawk. You can't be a VIP anywhere. Offended Black Hawk? Before Liang Shan could react, he was already pushed to the ground. He saw a few burly men walking over and dragging him up. Hey, 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 what are you guys doing? You guys took off my pants. You guys are perverts. On the other side, the man who was just about to watch the video with Liang Shan was already scared out of his wits. He hurriedly ran away from the side. When he turned around, he saw that Liang Shan had been stripped naked and pinned down. There were even people filming him. God, these people are really perverts. After a moment, Liang Shan was tortured to the point that he didn't look like a human. Someone looked at him from the side, lowered his head and snorted. He threw the phone to him. We also recorded a part for you. You can take a look. Of course, we took the more complete part. Be careful, don't treat women like this. We're all human. You should also try what it feels like to be humiliated like this. You were sent by Wu Yufei? Hee hee, does Wu Yufei have the ability to make us move? Liang Shan's eyes changed. Lin Che, you were sent by Lin Che. Good Lin Che, you dare to treat me like this. She doesn't want to live anymore, Liang Shan scolded, but he didn't expect that as soon as he said this, he was immediately kicked to the ground again. Only then did Liang Shan react. You guys. You should know what Miss Lin cares about our boss. You dare to talk to our boss's sister like this. I think you don't want to live anymore. With that, the man kicked Liang Shan's most vulnerable place. Liang Shan covered his lower part. He really didn't have a place to cry. You guys, I want to call the police. Just as he finished speaking, a gun was already pressed against his head. The man snorted. You really don't know who you've offended. It's okay. Our Miss Lin usually keeps a low profile and doesn't like to let our boss poke his nose into other people's business. But that doesn't mean that she can be bullied like this. Do you understand? You can try calling the police. Let's see if the police will come to take away this thing in my hand, or if I will take away your life first. This thing was not something that just anyone could carry around. It was Liang Shan's first time seeing this thing. Naturally, his whole body was trembling in fear. There was even something dirty flowing out from his lower part. Chapter 1403. The few of them left in a huff. Liang Shan sat on the floor. He had never been humiliated like this before and he was extremely frustrated. All right, Lin Che, you're amazing. Liang Shan thought to himself, all right, I won't do anything to Wu Yufei. She's not worth my time. But now, I'll do something to you, Lin Che. He didn't want to face Lin Che head-on. Seeing that Lin Che's forces were much stronger than he had imagined, he naturally didn't dare to face Lin Che directly like Wu Yufei, but he could play in the dark. Public opinion was like a knife. Anyone could use it. Anyone could benefit from it. Anyone could be harmed. Not long after Liang Shan went back, he immediately called a marketing account that he was familiar with and got someone to spread the news, saying that Lin Che was the one who instigated his relationship with Wu Yufei. They said that Lin Che had always wanted to be the leader of the industry, but Xing Hui had always been in his way. Because Xing Hui was getting stronger and stronger, Lin Che had no choice but to use such methods to deal with them. They also spread all sorts of rumors, saying how powerful Lin Che was, how the higher-ups colluded with the officials and the lower-ups won over the people. It was scary to hear. Then they looked at Lin Che's surrounding forces. There was the Lu family, the Dark Shadow, Gu Jingze, and Yu Minmin. It wasn't impossible for them to do anything to her. Who wouldn't dare to offend her? Even the SARFT was afraid of her. Hence, she could make television dramas that others couldn't. She could film and broadcast them at the same time without any problems. It was as if the department was run by Lin Che's family. Because many marketing accounts started to write adverts, all the netizens saw it in an instant. When Yu Minmin saw this, he snorted, "What's the meaning of this? They're trying to mess with us." Lin Che looked at the netizens who responded, "It can't be. You made it sound so exaggerated and there are actually people who believe it?" Yu Minmin said, "In their eyes, the entertainment industry is an exaggeration. They're not familiar with it and can only watch it on television, so they definitely don't know what it's like. Sai, if you were really as daring as they say you are, our company wouldn't be so small right now and we wouldn't have to invest in cheap TV dramas. We don't earn much and we have to work ourselves to death. It's written here that you can control the entire entertainment industry at any time. Yeah. It's amazing. I thought I was reading a novel. However, even if the people in the industry felt that it was exaggerated, the people outside the industry would not think so. The netizens immediately followed suit and scolded Lin Che. Lin Che was also very depressed when he saw this. It was not appropriate for him to respond directly, so he replied on Weibo. This world is getting more and more fantastical. Below this sentence, there were many netizens who commented. There were tens of thousands of comments, and there were all kinds of comments. At this time, Gu Jingzi suddenly appeared. In the afternoon, Lin Che was still reading the advertisements when Yuminmin suddenly ran over. Wow, look, Gu Jingzi responded. What is it? Lin Che looked at it curiously. Yuminmin immediately said, Look, your husband is so domineering. Lin Che moved closer to take a look. It turned out that Gu Jingzi was replying to a netizen's message. The netizen said, President Gu, your Lin Che has been bullied by Xing Hui. Gu Jingzi only replied with one word, bye. Lin Che blinked. What does that mean? Wow, didn't you see the trending topics on the trending list? Both of us have to look at it together. What topic? Lin Che tilted his head and saw that a trending topic had been pushed to the top. Gu Corporation is buying Xing Hui Entertainment. Lin Che was so shocked that he thought he was seeing things. But he was right, Gu Jingzi really bought it. Xing Hui immediately posted a notice below. Xing Hui has changed owners, but artists don't have to worry. It's just a change of ownership, it won't affect our internal development. Under the leadership of the Gu Corporation, Xing Hui will definitely become better and better. At the same time, we are already a loving family with Lin Che's studio. Please don't criticize us, thank you. The Weibo post even tagged Lin Che's studio. No one knew which employee was controlling Lin Che's studio's official Weibo, but he directly replied with a love heart. This good show stunned the netizens all of a sudden. Gu Jingzi is so handsome. The netizens' attention was immediately attracted by Gu Jingzi's action, and no one cared about the previous exaggerated stories anymore. Gu Jingzi is a real man, he bought it just like that. He is indeed a rich man. Some people even specially made up a lot of jokes for Lin Che and Gu Jingzi. Lin Che's comment section was also occupied by these jokes. It was nothing more than such words. Lin Che said, hubby, I. And Gu Jingzi said, bye, bye, bye. Lin Che thought speechlessly, this Gu Jingzi, and on the other side, Liang Shan was really depressed. He entered the company at once. He didn't understand why Xing Hui Entertainment had changed ownership in one morning. Mr. Chen, is what the internet said true? Liang Shan asked directly in the office. Mr. Chen was packing up. Yes, you just found out. From now on, we will belong to the Gu Corporation. I will keep the dividends, but most of the shares will belong to the Gu Corporation. Liang Shan's expression changed. Why did you sell it so casually? He paid a lot of money. Moreover, if the Gu Corporation wants to buy it, there are many ways. Do you think Gu Jingzi is easy to deal with? Look, if we don't buy it, he will use some means. When that time comes, it will still be his. I don't want to waste so much effort, I might as well give him the money. But Liang Shan said straightforwardly, I don't agree. Oh, you don't need to agree. When the company was bought, we already agreed to remove you from the company. You can pack up and leave. What? Liang Shan was stunned. He leaned against the wall, his face dead silent. All right, you can leave now. This is a part of the Gu Corporation. Besides, we have also decided to maintain a good relationship with Lin Che's studio. Everything will be based on the habits and rules of Lin Che's studio. We will start the overall reform immediately. Liang Shan really didn't expect that he would be defeated so badly in such a short time. He had thought that he could fight to the death with Lin Che. All these years, he was considered a famous agent in the industry and had his own prestige. However, this was nothing in the eyes of the rich and powerful. Because their way of solving problems was simpler. All these years, Liang Shan had been too confident in himself and too proud. He didn't expect that his pride was not worth mentioning in the eyes of people like Gu Jingze. Chapter 1404. At Starlight Company. When Liang Shan went out, everyone was looking at him with strange gazes. They seemed to be mocking him, sympathizing with him, and watching a good show. Because even though Liang Shan's business was good, he was a classic example of someone who would not shrink from any crime. He had a bad temper too. Whoever dared to go against him, he would definitely not let them off easy. Now, everyone was happy to see him being chased out because he offended Lin Che. They all felt that he deserved it. Did he really think that he was at the top of the industry and dared to offend anyone? Did he not know who he was? And on the other side, Wu Yufei raised her head and looked at Yu Minmin and Lin Che, who had come to the airport to send her off. She turned around and looked at the land. She looked at the various celebrities' posters that were still hanging on the wall. In the past, her photos were also here. But when she passed by the airport, she had never bothered to take a look. After her scandal, all of her advertisements had been removed, and the posters here had been replaced by someone else. The industry changed too quickly. A lot of people would disappear if they weren't careful. So, only they knew how much pressure they were under their glamorous appearances. Some people said that they had a lot of money. Yes, if she had to choose again, she would still choose this line of work. Indeed, as everyone thought, having more money was one of the reasons. Compared to other laboring people, it was much easier for them to earn money, and they also got more. However, their hearts were still not satisfied. The more they got, the more they wanted to get. On the contrary, they were not as happy as those who went to work and got nothing. She smiled at Lin Che, her eyes moist. Thank you. I really didn't expect you to help me like this. When I went to look for you, I was really desperate. I had nowhere else to go, so I came to look for you. But I've done so many bad things, yet you still helped me. I'm really sorry, and, thank you, Lin Che sighed. Actually, I'm not trying to help you. It's just that I've seen too many people like you, changing in this industry from a pure and innocent girl to a dark and gloomy personality. So when I see you, I think of so many people being misled and walking down the wrong path. I feel a little emotional. I can only say that I'm helping you because you came to find me. As for the others, I can only watch them continue on this path, going back and forth. It's like a reincarnation, every single one of them walking the same path. Yu Minmin said, yeah, that's why you're lucky. Luckily, you can still turn back. Go, Liang Shan's things have already been deleted. No one will threaten you anymore. But you know that your reputation is really bad right now. If you continue to work here, it will only become more difficult. Why don't you go out and learn and enrich yourself? When you come back, I hope you'll be better. Okay. Thank you, Sister Yu. Wu Yufei's eyes became even more moist. Tears glistened in her eyes. She sniffled and looked outside again. Soon, the plane to England would arrive. After she got on the plane, she was prepared to leave for a few years and not come back. It was as if she had been reborn. She felt emotional and relaxed. She had been in this industry for so many years, but she had never felt as relaxed as she did now. Indeed, giving up was the easiest thing to do. It was just that most people still had an obsession and would not give up what they had. Lin Che and Yu Minmin watched her leave before turning around. Yu Minmin said, "Right now, Xing Hui is in contact with us. I also feel that it's a little strange. I don't know what to do, but they're acting as if we're a family now. Sai, they even insisted on coming here to study. Say, those artists have always been against us in the past. It's so awkward." Lin Che said, "Forget it. In the past, we weren't in the same company, so it's normal for us to have competition. Since we're together now, let's forget about the past and do what we have to do." Actually, many artists were looking forward to working with Lin Che's agency. After all, Lin Che's agency did not cooperate with Xing Hui in the past, so they could only watch Lin Che work and film one drama after another. They did not have a part in it. Now, they were not sure if they would have a part in it. Yu Minmin said, "Now the industry knows that two big agencies are working together. Originally, Xing Hui wasn't weak and were also very strong. Now, the industry is saying that if we work together, won't we become the biggest agency?" Lin Che said, "Really? When did our agency become so powerful? TSK, you really don't pay enough attention to the company." Meanwhile, Lin Che did not dwell on these things. These few days, he was going to attend a charity banquet. Lin Che went back to read through the documents and prepared to attend the banquet. Because it was the first time he was attending as Mrs. Gu, many media outlets were very excited. Lin Che had received news a long time ago that a large number of media outlets might rush to the banquet. Moreover, the media outlets were saying that this might be the first time they had seen Mrs. Gu's charm in a formal setting. They wanted to see if this big star in the entertainment industry would let the Gu family down at such an occasion. The company's stylist was also very worried and started to prepare for Lin Che in advance. After choosing the style for a few days, they finally decided on the final plan. Actually, Lin Che had attended such banquets in the past, but he had not publicly invited the media. Lin Che was not nervous. Seeing that everyone was ready, he relaxed and prepared to attend the banquet. Unexpectedly, on this day, the Gu family's former relatives were also attending the banquet. Because after the Gu family was split, the inner and outer families had been formed. The two families did not interfere with each other and did not mention each other much, especially the inner family of the Gu family. They looked as if Gu Jingze was a traitor and would turn pale at the mention of him. This time, Shui Mengqi had prepared expensive charity gifts in advance and they went to the banquet together. Before they arrived, they saw a group of reporters surrounding the banquet. They looked very excited. Shui Mengqi tilted her head and said, "What's going on?" One of the family members said, "Miss Shui, they are here to take pictures of Lin Che." Seriously, an actress is an actress. She likes this kind of effect. She is so ostentatious everywhere she goes. Hearing this, Shui Mengqi snorted and said, "Ha, she is not presentable. I really don't know why Gu Jingze drank her hallucinogen." The servant at the side started to provoke her, "That's right. Miss Shui, you're a proud daughter of heaven after all. You're different from people like her. Look at you, you're a rich young lady from the bottom of your bones. You're definitely different from people like them. This temperament, this figure, this taste in clothes, how could that Lin Che compare to you? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.